Jagruti, good afternoon. This is Partha. I think I will probably, and Sandeep, correct me here. I think I will be doing the first talk, and then is Jagruti doing the second one?
Perfect, Partha.
Sure, thanks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 32nd Inflection Web Conference and Awards 2021. I am Namrata from Team Alden Global Value Advisors, and will be the host for the day to navigate you through interesting panel discussions and lead talks. Inflection is a series of web and physical conferences and awards across Delhi, Mumbai, and Bangalore. Today, we are here to gain insights and celebrate success and innovation in consumer IT. The top technology leaders of the country will share their thoughts in the lead talk and panel discussion. We welcome our gold sponsor, MapmyIndia, and silver sponsor, Simtrax. The conference theme is Customer-Centric Tech Innovation. Today, 150 plus CXOs and more than 350 plus attendees have registered to gain insights from top leaders. Now, let's start the conference with lead talk by Partha Sarathi Mukhopadhyay. He is the Director Automation from Cargill Foods on how intelligent automation is making the customer experience better than ever.
Thank you, Namrata.
Welcome, Partha.
I'm just going to take a minute to share my screen here.
Yeah, sure.
All right, we should be all set. Okay, can you see it, Namrata?
Yes, Partha, it is audible and visible both.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And thank you for, for inviting me for this talk. Next 10 minutes, I'll try and give a perspective of how intelligent automation is influencing customer experience and some specific use case that we are seeing where automation is really helping improve the customer experience. So we have been living in very unnormal times, very different times. COVID has affected almost every aspect of how we work, how we live, and how we lead our day-to-day lives. And that definitely impacts, how consumers interact with brands, how consumers make their purchasing decisions, and even what they buy. Right? So it's impact across the entire decisioning cycle, engagement and decisioning cycle. So some snapshots of what we have seen or what we are seeing so far, right? One is the shopping and consumption behavior has changed. Earlier people could go out more to the stores, look at the products and buy them. The behavior has shifted towards more online ordering. People are more conscious about the spend, the amount they spend. Hence, companies have to be focused on the convenience, availability, and affordability aspects. And COVID has really accelerated this thinking that how can we make things more accessible, where people can get access to information, get access to products, can order and get the products delivered completely in online and other modes of consumption. So the way we consume information about the products, it's changed in the last 1 year, and it continues to stay so perhaps for a good part of this year also. So these have really driven, in the last 1 year, there has been consumer behavior changes, and what it has done is that it has really asked IT to scale up, or the information technology and the approach towards these changes, scale it up and support the businesses to manage this shift. So what are some of the, when we talk of customer experience, how has that, sort of been shaped historically and how it is changing with COVID and some of the changes that it has kind of influenced? If we look at a bit historical context, right, we would look at systems of record, like typical IT tools, ERPs and CRMs, where we try and get information about customer. The whole 360-degree view of customer has been in existing for a long time. Last couple of years, and which COVID has accelerated, is the expansion in the systems of engagement. Started with mobile, social, now messaging. And with COVID, things which we normally took messaging between human to human messaging has changed to intelligent bots messaging. I mean, today, if you try and reach out to the companies or service desks, you would mostly be interacting with a bot at a starting point. If the bot cannot resolve, then you are looking at, talking to really some person, the real agent, so to say. So our engagements have changed. The systems of engagement have changed. Channels are expanding, and channels not only from a services standpoint, I'm also talking about channels from a marketing standpoint. Understanding the product rating and stuff from that. So massive changes in the overall systems of engagement. Similarly, the one on the lower side, a lot of new items, systems of things are evolving. IoT is driving it. Much more personalized, much more location aware. So if I am in a store, you have devices now which are aware of my location and could show me advertisement based on very specific location that I may be, or perhaps based on my past browsing history. It can show ads which are very, very relevant to the location that I am in. So these are some areas that are coming out from the systems of things, wearables, things, interaction, virtual reality. That stuff is coming. The fourth is the system of intelligence, where when it comes to intelligent automation, this is really focused here, and there are different steps. I mentioned about automated bots, helping in the systems of engagement. Similarly, when it comes to the processes, be it demand planning, forecasting, supply planning, order management. These are areas where intelligence is getting embedded into the business processes. Things like workflow management, workflow orchestration, machine learning to make processes a bit more predictive. These are slowly beginning to get embedded. We have seen RPA, which was like a baseline, tool for automation, but the maturity is pushing it a couple of levels further, and that's where the whole intelligent part of the automation is coming into play. So if you just think of intelligent automation just as a capability, what are the different aspects that seem to be coming in at play? From marketing to sales to to operations, and finally even the service part, at a holistic level. So on one side, we are seeing augmented reality, virtual reality, come into play. Maybe in-store experiences could be one good example of it. We've seen robotic process automation, which is more fundamental automation focused on a very defined set of activities, like say order fulfillment. It is a set of activities, a lot of which is already very predefined. That's done through RPA or robotic, process automation. Then comes, things like optical character recognition, which is now sophisticated with machine learning. I think most of the tools are quite sophisticated with machine learning. So that's coming into picture. For example, your distributor has sent you an order, and you need to look at that order and create a entry order into your systems. So you could have an optical character recognition, read through that and create the order, right? So that's where image processing, cognitive vision processing, and robotics is coming together. And this is probably one of the commonest of examples that organizations are addressing. The second part of it comes into more around the natural language. So natural language understanding and interaction generally has two parts. One is the engagement, the systems of engagement, where chat, interactions, voice interactions, that's becoming mainstream. On the other side, we are seeing in certain business processes, for example, if you take contract management, historically, when you have large contracts, it's hard to summarize. For example, let's say there's a volume-based discounting when you are procuring, items. So for procurement functions, contract clauses, these were all, difficult to extract from documents because intelligence was not sophisticated enough to understand and make sense of those clauses. So it's getting better. It's not like 100% there yet, but the technology, artificial intelligence and the other technologies are maturing to get it closer to that. So we are seeing another thread which is helping business processes improve to do that. So this is the broad gamut of the skill sets and capabilities from an intelligent automation that's influencing overall processes that are laid out around the whole customer fulfillment and experience space. Now, at any organization of scale, always, I mean, this is a very key thing, is that when you start looking at a process area, it's important to look at it holistically. Meaning, so when we are talking of customer experience is not only a point. It's not a point experience. Like, for example, customer came into the store to check, what are the, maybe the new, products that are available on the shelf, right? It could be beauty products or, something of that sort. Now, he also will be looking at the social media to check what's the rating, what are other people saying. So that needs to be kind of baked in to when you start looking at the customer experience from marketing to to the purchasing cycle and the services cycle, so the whole life cycle. So while at points it may seem like the front office should be the point of attack, especially when it comes to systems of engagement, the front office generally is at a disruption point. There are a lot of new things happening on that front. But then the back office is equally important. How the orders are fulfilled, how can we place the product order in customer's hand quickly. If the customer wants to return a certain product, can it be done fairly quickly? Can it be picked up? And this is at scale, right? So it is impossible to do at scale without sophisticated automation technologies in play. So 2 points here, that when we start looking at it with the customer at the center of business processes, we have to look at both sides, both the customer facing, which is apparent, and the not so apparent, which is actually the rest of the business process. So what are some of the key use cases that we are seeing evolve in the consumer space when it comes to intelligent automation? I mean, in the context of the intelligent process automation. So the first is the whole master data setup, and this is an area more aligned to the vendors, not directly impacting the customer, but then these processes are related, right? These are some of the back office processes which have implications on how quickly the customer order can be fulfilled and how you can send out orders out and things like that. 2 specific examples let me focus on here. One is, for example, customer orders. What COVID has done is that it has shifted channels. Lot of the sales which would happen typically using the stores channel might have shifted. Maybe a lot of you are also seeing that it would have shifted to online channels. So which means that suddenly there is a spike in a channel which we did not, or we would not anticipate that there would be a spike. For example, in UK, which is just coming out of lockdown, we are seeing a sudden spike in the volume of orders. Now it's hard to live with spikes, especially in such short cycles, because it takes material, manpower to deal with those spikes. So what can be done? So automation has really helped deal with these spikes from not only just order entry, billing, or handling the requests that we get from the distributors and product consumers, but also handling the whole supply chain processes, which has also gone through a lot of changes in the last year. So that's one big piece that we have seen, where intelligent automation is helping things happen faster, get scaled, meaning handle volumes much quicker, and more importantly, it is helping when there is a shortage of people around. So bots could take up and create the orders and do the necessary planning for delivery of those orders and stuff like that. So that's a big piece that we are seeing. The second one that we are seeing is also from a supply chain side of it, from a planning standpoint. Again, I mean, due to disruptions both on the demand side and supply side, it has become a lot more difficult to predict, and a lot more difficult to manage availability of transporters, looking at the best prices that we are getting from the transporters to fulfill some of these. Again, with intelligent automation, with robots doing some of this work, it is possible to look at multiple angles and take a best decision, which is cost effective, meets the customer expectations on both time and his expectations, basically. So these are some of the areas where intelligent automation is really helping improve the business processes that have a direct influence on how the customer perceives the company's services. Thank you.
Hi, Partha. There are some audience questions as well. So
sure, please go ahead.
Firoz Patel Abdul Rahman, he's asking how automation has adapted to new patterns of work.
Well, actually, hugely. I mean, a couple of examples, few examples that I can give, and not only from a customer perspective, but even from how we operate as a company. For example, one of the biggest challenges that I think every organization has faced has been business has been running. We've onboarded, every company has onboarded folks during this period. So one of the key changes that have happened is when it comes, for example, HR onboarding, right? Onboarding people. A lot of this work used to happen very physically, right? You had to go to office and you were filling up forms and stuff like that. And then somebody would do the provisioning of the assets and stuff like that. That's been automated. It's almost now a seamless experience when a company joins, laptop gets shipped, and this is all being done by bots. And that's one area which probably was one of the first areas where immediate focus was needed. Second was in terms of the IT assets management, because initially during the COVID period, the spike, the demand on infrastructure was such, everybody suddenly going remote, right? I mean, nobody planned for that capacity. So scaling that up, provisioning the things that are needed to support certain spikes in volumes were the initial use cases where there was immediate focus and where intelligent automation or automation robotics helped address those immediately.
Okay, thank you, Partha. Thank you for this interesting lead talk. Now, here comes another lead talk by Jagruti Kale, solution consultant from Simtrax on effective digital transformation with intelligent document and process management.
Very good afternoon, everyone. Namrata, could you please confirm if I can hear you?
Yeah. You are audible and visible both.
Yeah, so let me share my screen.
Okay.
Yeah, so today I'm going to present on topic of effective digital transformation with intelligent document and process management. Let me introduce about my company to you. So Simtrax is into enterprise software solutions. We have 30
your
plus.
Screen is not visible. Please share your screen.
Yeah, I shared my screen. Yeah, just give me 1 second. Yeah, is it visible?
Yeah, it's visible now.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
So today I'm going to discuss on topic in detail, which is effective digital transformation with intelligent document and process management. Let me introduce about my company to you. So Simtrax is into enterprise software solutions. We having 30 plus years of industry experience. We are into technological innovation to fulfill customer needs. And we have 3,000 plus customers across different sectors with 12.7 years of average of customer loyalty. We having headquarters in Los Angeles and global presence, having offices worldwide. In India, we have the office in Mumbai and Pune for APAC region. We have technology partnership with SAP, IBM, and Microsoft. Let's have a look on customers. So in manufacturing industry, we have the customers like Volkswagen,
Jagrati, we can't hear you.
Jagriti, are you there on the call? Hello.
Namrata, can you please
Yes,
confirm
Jagriti.
if you hear me?
Yes, you are audible, but your screen is not visible.
Okay. Yeah. Is it visible now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I will
Also,
start.
please open up your camera because you're not visible.
Okay.
Okay, now it's audible and visible both.
Okay. So I will discuss about our customers. So we are 3,000 plus customers. We are not an industry specific solution provider. So in manufacturing industry, we have the customers like Volkswagen, Volvo, Toyota, Honda, Asian Paints, Tata Chemicals, etc. In pharma industry, we have the customers like Himalaya, Pfizer, etc. In finance industry, we have the customers like HSBC, Citibank, etc. In FMCG and food industry, we have the customers like Coca-Cola, Haribo, etc. And in other industries, we have the customers like Dainik Bhaskar, Times Publishing Group, etc. Moving further, now I'll discuss about our principal product, which is a Complio hybrid. So it's a one-stop solution for all document management needs. It has SAP and IBM certified connectors for ERP output management. It's an ERP independent solution as integration with API is available. Also, the USP is it has easy to use drag and drop interface. So with the help of that, all tasks managed using customized templates. And to design that template, there is no any programming efforts are required. Hence, it is in quick in implementation. Moving further, benefits are document traceability can be easily achieved. It can install on your existing Windows infrastructure. So it helps to capitalize your existing investment. Also, it helps to streamline your entire business processes, and there is no any manual intervention is required. So it will reduce risk of errors. It is a complete automation tool and it has audit compliance. Moving further, now we'll discuss department-wise benefits. So our solution fits in every department. In sales department, what are your customized reporting requirement in terms of sales report, customer report, inventory reports that can be shared without any manual intervention. Also, we can help you to automate your business processes like PO to SO, GRN process, etc. In HR department, we can help you to have digital signature on Form 16, payslips, etc. And formatted reports in Excel can be emailed automatically to end users. Then in finance department, we have e-invoicing and e-web solution. Also, we have the workflow solution. Also, we can help you to have the customized reporting in terms of ARP reading reports so that can be created and distributed automatically. Then in distribution department, we can help you to consolidate delivery notes with relevant document. For example, signed delivery note from customer, then invoice, purchase order, sales order, we can combine and we can merge into one PDF. That PDF we can send to the required recipient. Before that, if you want to have the approval process, we can do that as well. Moving further, another application benefits. So we have the dynamic content for global business, for example, currency. Also, we have the website solution, which is an electronic proof of delivery for real-time acknowledgement of goods delivered. Moving further, now we'll discuss how it can be achieved using Complio. So this is a typical architecture of Complio. On the left-hand side, you can see different ERPs. So for SAP and IBM, we have the certified integration with SAP and IBM respectively. For other ERPs or applications which allows API integration, we can integrate using API connector. Also, we have the email connector, so we can capture incoming attachments and we can process it further, or we can use SFTP approach. So based upon that, we can capture the document in Complio, we will apply predefined template on it, and then output will be created and distributed. So output will be distributed through multi-channel distribution platform, where it will send via email, it will send for printing, it can archive, it can send for workflow for approval, it can convert into XML, Excel, or it can push back in SAP DMS or Complio DMS, or it can store on cloud repositories like SAP, Amazon, S3 bucket, etc. Moving further, now on the screen, you can see these are the Simtrax offerings. So we can provide you customized reporting, document reformatting. We are into digital signature, e-signatures. Also, we can help you to have the processes automation, where we can distribute your output directly to your means as you suggested, or we can do the format convergence. And we are into workflow and storage and retrieval solution provider as well. Also, invoicing we already developed in Europe and we have the monopoly there. Based upon that expertise, based upon the standards provided by Indian government, we have the solution for invoicing and e-waybill as well. And we can provide you the EDI services as well. As we have limited time, so today I'm going to provide the demonstration for these three applications. So first we will discuss document layout management and digital signature. So on the screen, you can see the architecture for digital signature. So at point number 1, your ERP user will process the document. It will be captured in Complio. then it will route to the respective authority for the signing. Now, if you plan to use dongle, then dongle needs to be plugged on authority system and complete remote agent has to be installed. Then authority can sign this document and then digitally signed document will be distributed as required. If you plan to use PFX or HSM, so that will be installed on server location. So the process is ERP user will process the document, it will be signed centrally, and then it will be distributed as required. Now let me show you the demonstration in detail for that. So here I'm using test environment of SAP. Now you can see on the screen, I'm using transition code VF31. I'm using processing mode 2. Now you can see this is the plain vanilla invoice. Now, if you want to reformat it along with the digital signature, so again, you have to ask your programming team to do the changes in the ERP forms or your SAP Smart Forms. But using Complio, you have to simply process this document from ERP like this. Then it will be captured in Complio and then it will send to the respective authority for a digital signature. Now you can see on the screen, we are using now dongle. So authority will receive this notification. He can simply click on that. So authority can review this document. Either he can sign it or he can reject this document. Let's assume he has signed this document. Now status will be changed as a signed document. So let me open that for you. Now you can see here, we have reformatted this document. So we added QR code. We have fetched the email address from SAP table. This is a properly tabulated data, which is also dynamic in nature. So we are display here currency. This is a material specific barcodes. We can fetch the data from different tables. We have added a calculations here. Then this is a multi-language template. So we added different language text. This is the bank details, ink signature. We have added digital signature. In the footer, you can see we added the marketing campaigns, which is also dynamic in nature. As for the customer ID and customer name, we have fetched the right contract and we have displayed it here. So earlier document, which was one page, but using Complio, we have made it 2 page along with the reformatting. Now the output we can distribute as required. So we can send via email. You can see on the screen, this email body is customizable. We can push back in SAP DMS. We can store in the respective folder. We can send for printing likewise. Now let me open that document for you. Now you can see here, this is the digital signed document. Also, if authority don't want to review this document, then we have the auto signing option. So authority needs to simply click here. So all the documents will sign automatically. So this is a digital signature along. Hello.
Yes, Jagruti.
Yeah. So sorry for inconvenience. Yeah. Please confirm if my screen is visible.
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah. So moving further, now we will see the demonstration for PO2 SO automation. Now on the screen, now this is a vendor side. This is your ERP environment. Now you can see here, which is the last sales order, which is a 15975. So this last sales order is created in SAP. So we will check here. For that, I'm using transition code VA03. So 15975, this sales order is created. Now we'll check for next sales order, which is a 15976. This sales order is not created in SAP. So now I'm going to show you the purchase order. So this purchase order, either we will capture on your customer's ERP through integrated approach or through client-based approach or through web-based approach. That process could be manual or through automated. Now on the screen, you can see this is a web-based complete gateway where your customer will upload their purchase order. So once they have uploaded this purchase order, then that purchase order will be captured in Complio and then sales order will be created and your team will be notified accordingly. So the purchase order has been captured. Now you can see here, email has come. So sales order is created in SAP. Now 15976, this sales order is created. Now we'll go and we will check in SAP. So you can see here, let me refresh that. So 15976, this sales order is created in SAP. Now here I would like to mention few important points. Here we can do the condition checks. For example, price check. So price on PDF, which is a purchase order, if it's matching with price in SAP, then only sales order will be created. If price in a PDF is not matching with price in SAP, then sales order will not be created and respective team will be notified. Also, if you want to send the sales order to the respective authority for the approval, so we can send that as well. So respective authority can approve this document from anywhere, from any device, and then we can update, fill back in SAP. So this is a PO2 SO automation. Moving further, now we'll discuss another application, which is a web sign solution. This application, you can use it for e-signature. So for that purpose, you can simply process a document from your ERP or you can simply dump it in the respective folder. Then your customer will receive this document. Customer can view this document and they can approve this document. Before that, if you want to have the security code to be sent to the customer's registered mobile number, that will be also possible. If your customer has the multiple authorities for the approval, then one by one document can flow to your respective authority. And once final authority sign this document, then you and your customer both will get the signed document for further process. Moving further, quickly we'll discuss application for invoicing and e-waybill. So at point number 1, we will capture the document in Complio. We will convert into JSON format. The JSON will be uploaded to the IRP portal. We will receive JSON output back. JSON is not into printable format, so we will convert into printable format, which is a PDF. And then PDF along with the JSON data, we can push back in ERP or we can distribute as required. So point number 1 to point number 4, entire process is automated. So quickly, I want to discuss another demonstration in detail, which is a customized reporting. So for that, I use transition code MM60. So against plan code 2000, you can see here, this is a standard report. So here you can see material, plant code, material description, etc. Now, if you want to have more details from your SAP tables, then you have to ask your ABAPer team. So it will be the change request cycle. Before that, it will go through the technical team, functional team, then ABAPer team, and then you will get the required output. But using Complio, we can process, like you have to simply process this document or you can schedule the job as well. So for that, you can see here, I have processed this document on immediately basis. Now the spool will be sent to the Complio supervisor. Now you can see here, spool has been captured and in the background template will be applied and output will be distributed as required. Now here we have distributed output over email. So let me show you that.
Hi Jagruti, actually we are out of time. So
just give me 2 more minutes, please.
Okay, sure.
So you can see on the screen, this is the output. So we have fetched data from different SAP tables. For example, MARE, MARC, MBEW. We can collate into, we can collate different spool into one Excel. We can have the graphical elements and we can add, we can delete columns accordingly. So this is a customized reporting without any programming in your ERP. Moving further, now I want to discuss EDI with authorized platform. So on the left-hand side, you can see the seller. Right-hand side, you can see the buyer. So seller will process the document and buyer can access this document at their end. Now, here importantly, PayPal platform is used to exchange the information and Compleo will help you in that. So information flow happens through predefined format, which is a XML. So if you decided to use Compleo, some factors that will helpful and will influence a decision. Compleo will act as an admin tool. There is no need programming efforts are required. As I mentioned, we have the certified SAP and IBM integration. And for other ERPs, we can integrate using API connector. So in short, it's a one-stop solution for automation and digitization with multi-channel distribution. So thank you so much for your valuable time. And if you have any queries, you can simply text us or we are available at the booth. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your
Hi,
time.
Jagruti. There is, hello. There is audience questions as well. Jagruti, are you there?
Let's go ahead. I think she's disconnected.
Okay, sure. Thank you, Jagruti, for wonderful lead talk. Today, 150 plus CXOs and more than 350 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. Starting for the first panel discussion of the day, the topic for panel is driving digital transformation in consumer IT. Here I call moderator Mr. Dhaval Markan from Have More Ice Cream, Yoginder Grewal from Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages, Kapil Pral from United Breweries, Sandeep Jabbal from Jubilant Foodworks, Navratan Kataria from NASCOM, Vipin Luthra from PepsiCo, Partha Sarati Mukhopadhyay from Cargill Foods, Manish Gupta from Accenture, Ronan Geti from AB InBev, and Tutika Praveen Sai Kumar from Imami Agrotech.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Namrata. Good afternoon to all. And I thank Elden Global for giving me this opportunity. I had the IT at Have More Ice Creams Private Limited since last 3 years, and I have overall 25 years of experience in different fields. Of course, the FMCG experience is only 3 years with Have More. And looking forward to a very interesting discussion with eminent panel members. I request all the member to introduce themselves very quickly, starting with Yoginder.
Yeah, thanks, Dhaval. It's a great opportunity to share our experience and, in a simple and, crisp manner. So I am working as a Chief Technology Officer in Hindustan Coca-Cola, experience over 27 years. Looking forward for discussion and hear from colleagues. Thanks.
Vipin.
Yeah, hi everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Vipin Luthra. I work in PepsiCo as Director IT Infrastructure and Operations and managing the services for their sector EMESA, which includes Africa, Middle East, and South Asia. I'm with PepsiCo for last 7.5 years, having a total experience of around 22 years. Thank you so much for having me here. I'm very delighted to be part of this conference.
Manish.
Hello everyone, this is Manish Gupta. I'm a managing director with Accenture and lead the business in India for the consumer-centric industries, which essentially includes consumer goods, retail, life sciences, industrial. But personally, very passionate about consumer goods. I spent a good amount of my career, 15, 16 years, working with large consumer goods companies and with the likes of the panelists we have. I'm very delighted to be a part of this panel to share our perspective in terms of what is happening in the consumer goods space, tech space. Looking forward for the discussion.
Okay. Kapil. Kapil, can you come on? Okay, Mr. Navratan.
Hi, this is Navratan. I take care of startup engagement and innovations at Center of Excellence IoT and AI in Bangalore. And I am an enabler of adoption of innovations. We incubate and accelerate startups. Thank you.
Partha.
Am I audible?
Yeah, Kapil, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Kapil. I'm part of, I head the IT for United Breweries. and been with the organization almost exactly 1 year actually. Joined them pretty much in COVID times, and been ex-Lafarge Holcim, used to head their IT for APAC, PepsiCo, pretty much in CPG manufacturing space, ACC Ambuja Cements, that's a cement company for Lafarge Holcim in India. Prior to that, with SR Group, G Capital, and been in industry for probably 28 years plus.
Great. Partha?
Thanks, Dhaval. I mean, it's an honor to be with the esteemed panelists. Good to be here. Very good afternoon. I'm Partha. I am with the Cargill Digital Labs team, which is leading digital transformation at Cargill globally. I am particularly focused on intelligent automation, which is one key part of digital transformation, and I am responsible for the initiatives in EMEA and Asia Pacific. Thank you.
Ronan?
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. So I'm Ronan. I'm a Brazilian living in India for the past 2 years. So I work at AB InBev. I'm a senior global director for digital transformation. I'm responsible for our primarily now this focus is the OTC and the fintech transformation that we are going through in the company. I'm really happy to be here in this discussion. Thank you.
Okay, great. I guess Praveen and Sandeep are yet to join. So let's kickstart the discussion. See, digital transformation is not a new thing. I mean, we all know it was happening, but the COVID has just hit the accelerator, and the way things have changed over last 1 year was, I mean, beyond anybody's imagination. And we have seen the consumerization of IT in general, the telephony or the internet itself. But what we have seen or what we have witnessed last year is what we can say is consumerization of digitalization or digital transformation, I would say. And that's where things have changed dramatically. And it has changed every industry, every individual, and nobody is spared. And everybody has used some or the other aspect of digital transformation. And it's all led by the consumer. I mean, I heard Partha also in the lead talk. I mean, it's all consumer-centric, consumer-driven digital transformation, and there is no choice for the business, as we know. It's a business hygiene, to say that, I mean, in other words. And it's all about many factors. Technology alone is not going to help you succeed in digital transformation. So with that, I would like to open up the discussion and would like to request everybody to put their views on how digital transformation is being adopted at your industry, and how innovation is aiding in accelerating the digital transformation at your industry. Maybe we'll start with Yoginder, and then, I mean, in the same order, everybody can speak for a minute and two. Yoginder? Okay, I think he has left. So maybe Vipin, you will start.
Yeah, thanks a lot. This world is changing at a very high speed, and we have never in our past, visualized that the changes will happen at this high speed. And it is very important to adapt to these changes, and hence, innovation plays a major role. And IT is creating new opportunities for growth and for innovation as well. And use of IT technology is a very important attribute to drive the innovation in any organization. So in PepsiCo also, we have a big focus on innovation. We have set up a dedicated innovation lab in Hyderabad. We are building a lot of capabilities in artificial intelligence, intelligent automation, data science, Salesforce. And we have done a lot of good work internally, to automate using the robotic processes for finance department to improve their productivity. And also the key to successful digital transformation is to having the correct mix of initiatives that involve people, process, and technology. And having said that, people is one of the key attributes that cannot be missed. So we have invested a lot in the technologies like VDI, AR, VR technologies, collaboration tools to support our virtual onboarding, improve on internal collaboration between the teams so that they becomes very effective. We have created interactive, immersive training videos, mobile-based applications to ensure that our sales workforce are updated with all the stuff which is going on. And there is a special focus on rural India. We are also trying to increase some of the citizen developers in the space of IE and AI and making our business become more tech savvy so that they can drive, they can visualize their own automations on their own. And last 1 year, COVID has really helped us to improve on the digital, improving the digital mindset of business. So this was all on the internal things, on our internal people, processes, and technologies that I discussed. I would also like to share some of the things on the business trends. So consumer behaviors, it's constantly changing. Now, because consumers want the products at home. So technology, it helps us to better manage these changes. So there are different channels that we are exploring. We have come up with some e-commerce platform that an excellent example of how technology can help in the way we approach our customer and the way we engage with them. We are also coming up with some ordering capabilities through WhatsApp channels, strengthening our B2B partnership. And we are also increasing a lot of adoption of our CRM solutions to predictive analysis and targeting digital consumer engagement. So I have shared with you some of the examples on how we are managing our internal tasks and workforce and how we are managing the external environment through digitization and innovation.
Okay, oh, wonderful. Yogender, now coming on to you. I mean, what are the secret sauces for successful digital transformation? I mean, if you can throw some lights apart from the technology.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a favorite topic of every organization and every, leader. I would like to share in a different manner, not specific to organization. However, what I have learned over a period of time and which can be useful for whether it's a 1 year, experienced engineer or it's a 30-year-old leader. Innovation and transformation, the success depends on the culture, not only technology. If it is technology, everybody would have bought it, correct, and may become very successful. Second thing is there is no shortcut when you talk about this transformation and innovation. It's basically hard way. Even even partners are learning, because the pace with which the technology is changing, everybody is learning. And if somebody says that they are 100% successful, I don't believe in that, because it's not one size fits all. It is like you take 2 steps forward, half step backward, align, learn, decide on the corrective steps, then go forward. So there is no, I would say, the slow. And another thing is my experience overall, industry through my connections also is prioritization is important. Instead of doing too many POCs, so focus on 20% of the things which has 80% of the impact on the business. In the end, everything is done for business. The value creation is very, very important. And sometime another learning I would like to share with the group or the audience on the internet is we should never forget internal stakeholders. Sometimes too much focus on external stakeholders, and then the internal stakeholder, their experience is equally important. Sometimes they are squeezed between the two solutions. And in the end, so the why part is important for both external and internal stakeholder. And also it is really important on the maturity curve of each organization, whether it comes to technology, whether it comes to processes, whether it comes to the, taking risk, how passionate you are about. In the end, it's all about passion. Hum kehte hain jazba hona chahiye. So jazba kis parne? So that is equally important. And so with that, I would, my sharing will be that keep it simple. If we don't remove complexity and bring simplicity, I don't consider as innovation or transformation. So one question I always ask through with my peers and the colleagues that what are we simplifying, and which problem statement we are. So these are very basic questions, not a rocket science. So this is what my sharing, and would be happy to connect with different people on a different forum to share further.
Wonderful, wonderful. So now we have 2 party panel members from different industries. Let's go to them, Kapil and Ronan. Let's hear them out what digital transformation mean to them and what are the challenges with respect to their industry. I think they are the regulated industry, and I'm sure they would have different challenges when it comes to the digital transformation or the consumerization. Of course, there is no consumerization, I mean, in that sense, because they are not allowed to sell online. So Kapil, over to you, and then Ronan.
Yeah. So you very rightly said, it's a very, very regulated business. And for me, Alco Bev and Alco industry was the first time. So I realized when I joined, I was talking to the sales head, talking about how do you handle the secondary sales reviews and how do you do your analytics. And then I realized, you're not supposed to touch them, even though you're supposed to incentivize few people, but how do you do that without knowing? So if it is an outlet, that outlet is actually, in the older days, they used to call it Theka. So Theka means contract. Contract actually means it is actually a contract with the government. So however, since constitution does remain the same, the way of selling is through B2B. So even though it might, but that B doesn't go to the C directly. So that's a challenge, that you have to indirectly touch the market, but legally you're not supposed to. So they wanted to do some transparent automation there and ensure how below the line, they call it BTL market schemes get transferred. So seeing that in Pepsi, a lot of work happened in secondary sales, did the first go-to-market automation there. Whereas here it was a very different scenario altogether. How do you do transformation? How do you do? So in challenge, we were moving 70,000 trucks every day in ACC Ambuja, coming from that environment where you ensure that truck doesn't get stopped, your road safety, and how do you move that in the highways. From Pepsi, the volume became maybe 6 times bigger in ACC Ambuja. So that from that environment coming to an environment where the truck gets held for 20 days, 25 days, how do you ensure that is digitally tracked, ensure, because those trucks become kind of warehouse, because government doesn't give direct forecasting, but the stuff has to move where it is. When it is legally to be tracked through GPS, government puts in those norms. Beyond that, can I get more? Will somebody look at my device? Those are government guys. Will they look at it or not? So those are the huge challenges. But in those challenges, the solutions are possible. And we have given them those solutions in this time. BTL project is on, where so there are 30 ways of selling in this country. Each state has got 2-3 ways of selling. So to cover that and give a solution which touches all, and it's got some sanity in this insane kind of legal way of working. So there's a huge learning there, but at the same time, people are very appreciative that some common solution could come, some transparency, some sub audit, because this is governed by the organization is part of Heineken, which is Amsterdam based company. They want some transparency. You don't want to get stuck with CCIs of the world. You want a bit more transparent, but you also want to put analytics in place and understand. So some analytics data is available where all data comes in from other organizations as well. So it's not a Pepsi or a Coca-Cola war, but it's something to do analysis and how we can penetrate more markets. Having said that, Kingfisher, the brand, covers almost 50% plus of beer market in India, but there's huge scope of you're losing market if you're not being sensitive about what's the need of the hour and how to, especially in the Corona period. It's been a huge learning on various fronts, various aspects, how to ensure this traditional way of working, where the way we are interacting, join them in the lockdown period and ensure that within those 10 days, the entire organization was on Microsoft Teams. The breweries supported. So we had, before leaving Lafarge Holcim handling APAC from Mumbai, I could manage the entire thing from anywhere, any place. But here to do that from a hotel room within 10 days and make the company functional and clear the beer stocks lying in barrels through government approvals. And after that, 3 months of lockdown was a huge learning, but really appreciated by the management as well, because they had not seen this. So Corona has been a blessing in disguise for me to do a lot of automation work in the organization. So I would say what I would have done in 2 or 3 years, I was able to do in this 6 months period. So it's been a roller coaster. Been in office since 1st of June, but I'm enjoying every bit of it.
Wonderful. How about you, Ronan?
I think that we have a kind of different experience on the same, because I understand, for example, that you cannot sell beer directly to consumers here in India. But as AB InBev, a global company, we do services for Americas, I think like all over the world. So I can tell you that from digital transformation, this past 2 years has been like gigantic in our organization. We never invested that amount of money on tech, not only technology, but really creating new capabilities for our customers and consumers. So from a customer perspective, for example, during the COVID situation, we had one platform on our part of our DTC strategy, which is called Zé Delivery in Brazil. That is like an app that you are able to buy your beer. It's like connects like a Uber for beer. So it connects you with the local box and so on. So it keep it the local market, not only with the big giants and so on. So you keep like, you help your customers and you help your consumers. And that app alone like grew by 230% during COVID times, and changed completely the behavior of our consumers, and also helped us to have really great data about their behaviors, how they are going through these changes and what are the choices that they are having during this time and so on. So again, it's like been a great experience from a digital transformation perspective. We are investing big time on our B2B platform that is growing all over the world. That is part of our digital strategy as well, to really replace the common ways of selling beer. In the past, if you ask me what a good salesperson is, I would say that is the guy who drives the bike faster because he can visit more POCs and so on and can sell more. But that changed a lot in the past few years. So, and we are going a lot through this transformation. During the crisis, I was happy to manage what we call the cash work group, which is like a group of multifunctional teams all over the world to help us to reduce all our overdues. We managed to understand all the maturity level of our OTC process all over the world. And that helped us to create and connect this to the OTC transformation strategy, which I'm living now, like worldwide, connecting also with our fintech strategy, which is partnering with fintech to help our consumers provide like loans for underserved banked POCs and so on, that they don't even have a bank account and so on. So I think that this is being part of our journey big time. The transformation, it's not only a technology, and by no means is technology. Technology is just a layer on the bottom that really put things and glue things together. But for me, the big transformation comes from a new business strategy that you put in place on the C level. That's where our strategy is put now. So we have our board members fully taking leadership through our digital journey. And that is growing like big time. So 2021 started already with a lot of deployments and a lot of transformations on the pipeline. So I can say that COVID, in a sense, really accelerated our digital transformation, and not like some other may have experience of slowing them down and so on. So thanks God, we have like a lot of initiatives on the innovation. So I started the Innovation Brewery here in India, which is our tech hub accelerator for startups and so on. Now it was acquired for the mothership there in Palo Alto. So they are part now of the official global hub. And we are going to partner and leverage more and more startups to support us. Like we like the startups to come to us and really accelerate us, and not, we don't see ourselves like as the one who invests in startup for them to grow. I think it's the opposite way around, that we really partner with them.
Okay, wonderful. Before I go to other panel members, I would like to get views from Mr. Navratan. Mr. Navratan, you work with NASCOM very closely, and you have very rich experience of working with startup ecosystem. How do you see the role of innovation in driving of digital transformation? I mean, what insight you may share with the audience here?
So if I can take the backdrop of WIPIN, which is International Women's Day, I think somebody has already suggested it's an International Innovation Year. The reason is because everybody sees on their wall what is that they have to think, transform in terms of business, in terms of methods of doing business. So this is written on the wall. People have been saying that COVID has affected them drastically. I think everybody in this panel has been hugely blessed with not only their top management giving them more budgets, quick decisions which were taking 6 months have come in 6 hours. These are the blessings in disguise, which my fellow colleagues have already said. We find that today startups are collaborating with the large organizations. The needs are already available on the plate. Everybody in this panel has said they've worked extensively and they have a long path to do. It's just a beginning. For a typical management system in the large corporate, it takes some time to groom themselves to think innovative. And these experienced managers sitting in the panel are the key pushers today to say that if you do not continue the journey of innovation, I think it's an issue of survival in the competition. You may not survive with the same product unless you adopt innovation. And that is where we help. And out of all these panelists, I'm the only enabler, and people say we are the Spider-Man to come to your rescue. If I could say that give us a challenge, we will find how and where and who we can connect you to enable your ecosystem. Co-creation is the biggest program that we run, in which we say neither a startup nor a large corporate like you will independently be able to solve the problems of the world. Let them marry together, the result will be magic.
Wonderful. Now coming back to Partha and Sandeep, maybe you can quickly share the insights. You have already heard the panelists, so maybe you can quickly cover up the things. Partha,
sure, Dhaval, I can go first. I think when it comes to digital transformation, I think we look at it from 3 levels at Cargill. The first is, innovative and disruptive ideas, which could be funded and executed, much like a, startup would. So we have a program for that. I think what would be a very interesting, discussion or interesting use case to cover is last year, 2020, we actually launched a platform called Splinter in a food tech, right? The business that Cargill is in. What happens is if a customer or a consumer complains that, hey, this is not a good quality, it becomes extremely hard to trace back where did it originate from. So tracing where did this component of the food came from is a big problem, because it is, it goes through so many people across the globe, right? So it becomes very hard to trace it. So Splinter is a platform to help trace it. It is inspired by blockchain, but not entirely on that concept. So that's a completely, new digital innovative platform that's been launched. So that's one example of an innovation, a really disruptive innovation coming out. That's one. The other 2 are, similar to what, Ronan, kind of mentioned. There's a strategic aspect. There are certain focus areas that are highlighted, and and there's a focus, top-down focus, to drive transformation, at scale. And for example, the whole OTC space, putting the customer at the center and mapping customer journey and seeing what are the profiles of personas of the customer, which kind of customer would have an aha moment in what channel and what the experience should be. I think that's a big initiative that we are driving. So that's at a strategic level. Then comes the grassroots innovation, which is, I think one of the panelists mentioned that it actually, if you don't cover all your stakeholders, you are not going to succeed. I think Yoginder mentioned it. So you have to take your operations team. So the grassroots innovation is extremely important. So we work with, teams across the globe, across functions. So sales, finance, HR, in all teams. And we try to create a platform where new ideas on transformation can come up. And then we kind of build and deliver on those. So that's the grassroots level. So those are the 3 levels at which we are driving digital transformation.
Sandeep, welcome. I think you joined a bit late. So what we are trying to understand is how you are leveraging innovations to drive the digital transformation. So maybe you can quickly share your insights and learnings as an organization.
Sure. Before that, I'll just share one personal experience or anecdote. 6 years ago, I was trying to understand how to define digital transformation for a presentation. So I was searching for a right definition of digital transformation. And ultimately, I landed on a video on YouTube, which convinced me actually, and I take it the right way to define digital transformation. Video didn't talk too much about technology. It said that digital transformation is getting ready for the fast changing world outside you, outside your organization or outside your ecosystem. So world is changing fast, and if you're not able to react to it, you will fail. And that's what digital transformation is, that you should be able to react fast to the activities happening outside your ecosystem. And if I carry it back to current situation last year or what we have been doing, technology is just a enabler to react fast to the consumer changing outside, or any other incident that you cannot forecast. So we started well in past, and luckily for us, it was actually the proof of pudding when we saw our investments in technology come to life in this past 1.5 years. And the things that we invested in cloud, we are 100% on the cloud. We 100% automated our operation process. All our 30,000 riders, their entire journey through a mobile app, and all the consumer choices that they make while purchasing any item on our app are passed on to our delivery riders on their app, and to our kitchen staff, so that all these things could be addressed seamlessly. Helped us to launch things like zero contact delivery, or delivering food items which were not a part of our standard menu, like flour, rice. So these were the investments which we did not for the COVID times, but we did for to improve the consumer experience, or if consumer experience is being impacted by others in the market, the way the consumer experience is being driven by the other players in the segment, we're trying to do the catch-up game and be ahead in the game after we have done the catch-up. And while doing so, we discovered that during COVID times we had so many things that we could leverage on and deliver a very, very unique consumer experience. And when it comes to technology, scale up, scale down, we always talk about scale up because our business is expanding. But COVID gave us a lesson that scale down. Yes, you are in cloud, you can scale down. That helped us to leverage our cost as a tool to impact our operating margin. So that was kind of investment paid back. Of course, Teams and all that, remote working. Yesterday I saw Dubai is giving a visa for working from Dubai for any other company. So I don't know, I mean, what else is lying ahead, but yes, these are some of the new things that we never thought, technology plus other things that we learned out of COVID. Thanks.
Wonderful. Manish, I think you come from a completely different industry. You are into consulting business, and I'm sure you will have broader insights of different industries. And I mean, over the last 1 year, we've seen dramatic change in go-to-market, route to market, and all other stuff. So what's your take on all this interplay of innovation and the digital transformation? Any insights from your side?
So thanks, Evelyn. Very heartening to hear the experience. I mean, we all lived this journey over the last 1 year, and I was talking to one of my client, and we are still the same pinch now, right, in terms of the second wave of COVID, and I believe we are now better prepared as we were earlier. So I think all the right points, right, and when this COVID started and we start talking to the client, I think we created a list. We created a slide which says that I wish I could have, right? And it started with I could have invested in cloud. I could have invested in digital supply chain, because that's what the real problem where the people were going through, right? In this, and I'm very glad to say that all the clients have really moved the needle in terms of the different aspects everybody was talking about, in terms of the front end, the back end. And interestingly, I just want to share, I mean, Accenture releases technology vision every year. And if you get a chance to do look it out, because it's quite a document people look forward to, because whatever we predict happens in the market. And the recent technology vision was released in February. And we also did a survey in India across the different industries, consumer goods, retail, banking, all the different segments, right? And what interestingly came out, right? And some of these things are absolutely, I mean, 66% of the executive report that the pace of digital transformation in the organization is accelerating. That's fine. But I think 96% of the executives report that COVID pandemic created an unprecedented stress on their organization. And ranking the greatest stress to the organization was on the technology architecture, right? In terms of our ability to respond to the market, right? I mean, we talked about the salesman is not able to go out in the market and basically take the orders. How quickly we can innovate and enable that. 81% of the executive believe that their organization, business and technology strategies are becoming inseparable. I think we talked about it, right? So it is not about our technology strategies or my business strategy in order to how it's subdued. And this is the killer, right? 70% of the executives state that their technology architecture is becoming critical to the overall success of the organization, and in fact, are becoming a competitive advantage. So it is not about about whether we can do small POCs and many POCs. It is about how we can scale them and make them our real differentiator in the market. In terms of the B2C business, what Reliance is trying to do, or what Walmart is trying to do, this is all differentiated, and how we can scale up and make a differentiated value proposition in the market. I'll talk a little bit more in terms of how some of the companies in China are leveraging commerce and technology in order to create different this thing. But this is what is happening in the market.
Okay, so wonderful views. Now, opening up the second point is with respect to the disruptive technologies. I mean, we have seen the AI and IoT. I mean, all these technologies were under discussion 4 or 5 years back, but now we are seeing all these technologies in the mainstream, and it's all about the right use cases and the ROI for implementing these technologies. So I would like to have 1 or 2 quick views on this particular point, as how you are leveraging this disruptive technologies, maybe especially IoT. I'm not sure whether Vipin or Partha maybe having some highlights to share, because they have a lot of need on the supply chain management, the asset tracking, the temperature tracking. So Vipin, Partha, I mean, anybody can, I mean, 1 or 2 people can take this query and respond to the point.
Yeah, sure. So I would like to share with you some great work that we are trying to do in the agriculture space. So we are trying to have a close collaboration with our farmers and trying to see some of the solutions in terms of, measuring the parameters of weather, soil, moisture. And we have deployed some of the sensors and IoT technologies we are using there to ensure that we work closely with the farmers and help them to have a good yield on the crop side. So that is one of our big initiatives which PepsiCo is exploring. We have done some of the proof of concepts that work well. Then on the supply chain, we are also trying to see how do we optimally, reduce our touch point to deliver our products to the end users. So there are some investments that has been done there. And then, we are deploying technologies in to identify there are a lot of white spaces in the rural areas. So in India, rural is a big growth engine for us, and there is a huge focus. So we are exploring tools to identify those white spaces and how can we increase our distribution reach with the help of technology. So these are some of the things where we are trying to use our disruptive technologies.
Partha, anything from your side which is touching the consumer enablement, consumer IT digitalization with respect to this?
I think I think since Vipin covered on the on the IoT and traceability side using sensors, I would say that what we are exploring is also on the production manufacturing plants. Some use cases on the production plant, like for example, predictive maintenance and how we could predict depending on the data patterns that something is going to not work out. So a bit of sensors there. Second, for improving safety, we are looking at IoT technologies, how we can make the manufacturing plants more safer. And finally, you also had supply chain digitization. That I think is of course, I mean, given the whole COVID and disruptions in the supply chain due to that, that's been a focus area as well for us. And that is a mix of technology. It's not just one. I mean, it is starting from mobile, typical portals, websites, to a bit on the smart sensors, like for example, quality of the item being moved. Then, when the process gets kind of the data points get digitized, then you are looking at how we can use intelligent automation technologies like robotic process automation, OCR technologies, to make the business process side of it seamless and automated as well. So that's how, in the supply chain side, it's all like coming together.
Okay. Okay. Kapil, anything from your side which you would like to share in terms of manufacturing use cases?
Yeah, so actually pretty much the entire cycle of buy, make, move, sell gets touched upon in terms of automation. But I would also like to talk about the buy part of it, which is more to do with barley to malt. You must have been seeing how the farmer agitation is all about and how the pricing is happening. How are we transparently looking at that? So there's some work that has happened there. You work closely with the Aartis, and how do you automate that part? Put transparency there, and that's one part that's touched upon. And if you talk about IoT, there are energy sensors, energy metering, that's been done in manufacturing space to ensure that the monitoring and conservation, and how we can. So at some places we are actually the energy is getting generated. So you also have. How do you give back to the grid? That's also a way of energy conservation that's being looked at. So, and then line automation has been done pretty much. That's again using a lot of IoT and sensors in that space. So those are the areas which are being worked upon in the transformation space.
Okay. Then comes the role of tech providers. I mean, now I'm opening up the another discussion point. I mean, we have seen a lot of startups and the niche players who partner with different companies in solutioning. So how do you see the role of this set of this set of vendors or the startup players? If they're involved early in the digital transformation phase, how significant is that, and whether it helps in delivering the superior results towards the digital transformation? I mean, it is open to everybody. I think let's have
specifically in IoT space. The more you use the newer, the innovative way of thinking, it doesn't involve a lot of experience, to an extent. If you actually talk about one of the vendors has done, who we use for IoT, has done MG Hector's the I in that car, the intelligent car is done by these innovative youngsters, So they have the entire Hector's I is by their intelligent car. So it's about how people are able to analyze that. I had actually in my cement space, the entire the kiln goes at 1500-degree temperature. However, if the kiln is brought down, it takes almost 15 days to get it up. That's crores, almost 50-60 crores of cement sales loss that happens in that duration, minimum. So if you could put the cement plant down only once in a year, you saved huge money. And an intern had gone to that plant and looked at that, and then worked with that requirement. We had all the data, but how do you analyze that? How do you put that in space where IoT sensors will be used? You have to understand your business, your environment, and then see how. And this intern was daughter of the plant director who had just come out of the college. So you have to have analytical thinking. Put those people in place. Done that in previous organizations, including PepsiCo and Lafarge. Also, I'm doing that again here, and go back to the vendors, and the newer breed will be able to do it much better. That's what is my take on that.
Okay. Sandeep, how about you? What's your take on involving partners at the very early stage of digital transformation, how it helps organizations?
Specific to startups, definitely we work with them without naming any specifics, but we work with a lot of them. We have a lot of use cases where they have been able to think about the problems that we might not have thought, and they have been suggesting solutions. We have not only worked with them for doing POCs, we have gone in production live in a lot of these situations, and we look forward because I think their ability to think differently and execute faster, and as they learn our business, because learning uh, our business is a bit complex, I would say, like any other business. But once they start learning it, they're able to turn it around faster than the standard industry solutions, which may be a standard fit for a lot of businesses, but the kind of unique things that we have, they may not be able to kind of customize it to that level. Again, customization is not something that I would encourage, but for unique solutions like in the area of visual analytics or video analytics or mask detection, these were things which were being done in the past. But with the startups, yes, I think if you have specific use cases where you need a deep dive and you need faster turnaround, definitely partners, you can't go far without partners. So and startups definitely, are the ones who could take you or give you a competing edge as well over your competition. So definitely forward to working with them.
Great. Ronan, over to you. What's your take on this?
I was on mute here. No, I really advocated this partnership with startups. As I mentioned before, so when I moved here to India, we created the Innovation Brewery, which was our startup program to really get in touch with the Indian ecosystem and really understand what it's all about here, because we used to have our hub centers in Palo Alto, Mountain View, in Israel, but India is like a gigantic startup market that we were not covering at that time. So we initiated this discussion pre-COVID, of course. So we had like some events, we get a hold of a lot of startups. Some of these startups made like really success case with us. So for example, I can mention on here, so Discover Dollar was one of the ones that we leveraged, like they have like a AI model to look at your SAP and try to find duplicate payments and all this type of things. It was a great success of using a startup to bring cutting edge AI to help us to look at our data and understand opportunities. And in the end, we also learn with this experience with them and create our own models to prevent this to happen in the future. So again, it's always a win-win situation. When you have an incumbent and an innovator getting together, you accelerate your need for the transformation, but you also learn and create what you need to enable the digitalization and the innovation in your company. Again, innovation is not new for us. We are in this business for a while already. But again, in India was new, and now it's great to know that this is part of the official global hub. So having much more investments from now on. So more for you guys to hear from the Bud Lab and the Innovation Brewing moving forward here in India and in entire Asia.
Mr. Navrathan, coming to you, how do you see this involvement of partners in the innovation and the digital transformation journey?
I mean, startups have great ideas. They're techies. They can do customization quickly, but they do not have the market intelligence. They do not have the brand and the financial muscle for the scale. So a combination of the two really does work. And it is very important for both the startup as well as the corporate to engage right in the beginning where the problems start. And when somebody already said, so there are certain problems that the corporate understands that these have to be attacked. There are certain problems which come out from the startup ecosystem. And I'm saying that both of these gain in trying to find out what else can be done. And today, I can understand 3 years back where we used to have competitors coming to us and say, oh, I cannot have my use case out in the public because I don't want my competition to start the same, right? Today, those days are gone, because if you look at Ronan and Kapil both saying, no, we cannot share our use cases, I think they will be too far behind the system. They will be lagging. Today, they all come and say, look, if I and you separately can do 2 POCs with 2 startups, if we collectively as an industry come together, we can all put 12 of them and at a much lower cost and pick up out of the 12, the best of 5, for example. What works for you is the most optimum. So today, there's the areas where they used to say it's very competitive, very close to my heart, and I will not let it out, it's all gone. Everybody in the corporate ecosystem cannot have the Ronans and the Sandeeps of the world. So what we also do is also encourage them to learn from the success stories of these gentlemen of what they have achieved, what were their challenges, and how we can, as an ecosystem enabler, help them to come to a level that they can sustain themselves in their competitive world. And what we provide is not only this enablement, but because we also work in a lot of B2B guys, it's very important for them to get connected to these corporates to do the initial POCs. The first 3, 4, 5 POCs are so critical for the survival of the startup that if we do not provide that, they may not really see second or the fourth year. So it is very important for us to enable that connection of network between the corporate's needs and what they can offer. And there is a cross mentoring, not only between corporates and startups, but between peers and peers, between corporates and corporates, so they exchange their ideas, what has worked and what has not worked, as well as between startups and startups. And I'm saying not startups in India only, but startups across the globe. So a lot of you guys are all multinational companies. So there's a lot of crossing the boundary requirement of today, and we provide those enabling. Of course, we run incubation. We have one of the very state-of-the-art lab here where IoT AI device startups do come play with their devices and improve on that and accelerate them to get. And we do not only take care of those 100 odd startups that we do, we take care of and help every deep tech startup in the country. And this is our, we don't take equity in any company. We don't have any personal agenda to them. We're supported by the government and the industries. The purpose is as a complete overall ecosystem we can enable, the resultant can be a real big high impact area. And that is what we invite all the listeners in the audience here, which we have sort of probably looking at this panel of saying what we could collectively do for them. One, we can do tell them what our success stories are, where our challenges have been, and run through them the path of innovation in their journeys and their setting their individual goals for the companies.
But I think we are managing time well. We can quickly get views from Partha and then Manish.
Sure, thanks, Zawal. I think pretty much everybody in the panel, gave a fantastic insight on your question. I would only say, I would just add probably a slightly different dimension, which is that if you look at the more mature business process areas in an organization, like finance, HR, I think there, generally, at least what we are seeing is that we are working with the more established partner with a deep understanding of the process, the complexity of the process, and stuff like that, right? So it needs deep, process and understanding of the complexities. If there is a regulatory, needs, that aspect. When it comes to tech and newer process areas, I think startups are great to work with. So we are partnering there because that's where I think they bring the biggest value. A lot of people already covered. They're very nimble, quick, especially beginning. I mean, when even they are going through that product market fit phase, they're extremely agile, right? Because they are trying to discover those use cases where they can create value, right? And if they can create value for large enterprises such as the ones represented by the panel, it's fantastic for them. So that gives them also that incentive to come to the table, trying to prove the product, and they're quick. So those areas, the partnership, I think, is extremely valuable.
Manish, quickly from your side, views.
No, absolutely. I am the interested party in this, right? So, so absolutely. I think the point is time to market, right? And if somebody has already done experiment and has worked and gone through the process, there's no point going through the process again, right? And Mr. Navratna has made a very strong point in terms of while the new ideas come with the startups, and there's a huge amount of startups which are available, right? But giving them, we might work on the POCs, but really if we need to scale up essentially around that will require a bit of a structure and working through them. I'll just give one example that we are currently partnering with a very large consumer goods company which are getting into digital commerce. In that initiative itself, we have leveraged 20 startups already. We just started a pilot. And imagine things like loyalty, things about recommendation engine, things about search. For everything, there are extreme startups available in the market which are giving you a very differentiated capability. So absolutely, I mean, there's no doubt we have to work and win with that.
Okay, wonderful. So I would like to conclude the discussion with one last point. I mean, we have been seeing digital transformation across industries, but then all of us must have some of the other gaps also when we work across industries. For example, if I want to work with transport or the supply chain digitization, I am ready, but then the other side of the industry is not ready. So how do we build the bridge across the industries to have successful, meaningful digital transformation journey? I mean, it is open to everybody, and I would like to have views from everybody. Maybe Manish, you can quickly start and then move on.
See, again, when all the industries are going through the spectrum, give an example of Ola, right? We all read. Now, from a transport provider to the manufacturer of the electric vehicles, right? It's a major shift where people are thinking through and entering into new business and which they can redefine the industry. So I think absolutely, if we look at Reliance, if you look at Amazon, really in terms of providing goods to you, now they're really getting into a discussion where they are planned to become national wholesalers, right? And in terms of buying everything, providing goods, and also making their own private label products, right? So they're generally becoming manufacturers in their own scheme of things, and obviously giving a threat to some of the consumer goods companies. So absolutely, that is coming in. It seeps across, right? Even the oil and gas companies, petrol pumps, we have retail centers opening up, right? So the boundaries between the industries are blurry, and we need to learn from all the different industries in terms of the digital transformation, which will essentially happen, right? And when I give an example of digital commerce, one of the key aspects which we are looking at in terms of how we can provide credit to the distributor, how we can make you connect with the different NBFCs in order to provide that credit. So mostly working closely across different spectrums would be important, and is already happening.
Okay, Ronan, what's your view? How do we bridge the gap across the industries while we talk about digital transformation?
No, I think I have like two experiences. So one, just mentioned about the credit. That's primarily my focus on the fintech now. So we are partnered with fintechs to provide credit to our SMBs to go to this crisis. So again, they are underbanked people that don't even have bank accounts. So they are fully out of the records of all those banks. They don't have any access to credit and so on. But the startups are really willing to provide credit for them. And we have a huge database and knowledge about our customers. So that's a great opportunity for us to collaborate between the fintech industry, ourselves as a FMCG, and our customer support, so that we can bridge the gap. But I have also a second experience on this that's not most successful. I think like a few years back, we started to do a pilot with some other companies about using blockchain to clear all the shipments, documents, and so on. Again, this is like a traditional use case, but it's beautiful on paper. But when you need to bring a huge amount of people, industry, entities, governments together to drive this type of transformation, that's where the challenges lie. So again, it was not a successful trial. Maybe we were too early in the game. Now I think that people are more confident about at least what blockchain is and how this can help with these distributed ledgers to close the gap between the red tapes of government, paperwork, and so on. But there's still a lot for us to learn on all of this space. So again, two cases, one that didn't succeed, and the other one that is really flying right now, bridging the gap of fintech initiatives and our customers and FMCGs.
Okay, Kapil, your final take?
Yeah, so the interdependency on the industry is huge, be it fintech example very rightly taken, and also in our space the dependency is on whether it is a hotel industry or a restaurant business or travel trade. So that unfortunately the kind of the B2C space that happens in international arena, in our space it's difficult in India. But leveraging on the other industries, automation that's taking place makes a lot of sense. And there are a lot of discussions also going on with the governments to change our way of working. And that's so Delhi government has done some on some kind of privatization on that front, which is going ahead on approvals. But if that happens, if that happens in real sense and not just in notional sense, it would make immense change in the way this industry is moving ahead. And then the interdependencies, on the related industries will really help advance the way it is happening, the way the business happens.
Wonderful. So I think with this, I think we are at the end of the discussion. Namrata, if there are any questions we can take, otherwise maybe we can sum up, or maybe if anyone has to share any point, anybody is free to take up the discussion further.
Yeah, so Dhaval, just one point I wanted to mention. When
Yeah.
you're saying bridging across the industry, there is also a big
Sure.
need to bridging the industry's requirement and the startups requirement to the government. So we become the public face or the industry policy influencing body, because if we can club all these needs, how innovations should be brought into even the government's way of working, how it will help the industry. This is also getting very important, and the government is very willing to today listen to what the industries and the startups needs are, and it's very important. Thankfully, we're blessed because on our board sits the MIT Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, and the principal secretaries of the states. So there's a lot of interaction between the industry and the government or the policy makers, which also becomes very crucial in today's fast-changing time and policy decisions which need to be altered very quickly.
Yeah, very well said. I think we have a very, very apt ecosystem from the government bodies also, and I think there's a tremendous amount of adoption at all the levels. And I think this is a journey. I think we'll have to continue. We fast-tracked our journey over last 1 year, I think, and it will further accelerate. So I think that's the way to go. Any questions, Namrata?
Yes, Dhaval, we have a question from Ayaz Khan. He's asking, what is your customer-centric technology roadmap for 2021?
To whom?
Should I repeat the question?
No, so the question is targeted to whom?
It is an open question. Anybody can answer it. Yeah.
Okay. So, Partha, would you like to take this?
Yeah, I can try. I think the main thing that has happened in the last 1 year is that engaging customer in multiple channels is a priority. Earlier, the retail channel was one of the biggest channel. In-store buying was probably one of the biggest channel for sales, and but we realized that in this pandemic era things are changing, right? So I think there's a great deal of focus on enabling multiple channels. And when I say multiple channels, it is a variety of channels, from looking at even a WhatsApp to traditional channels like a portal or a website, like an e-commerce site. So I would say that's one of the things.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, it's all customer driven, and from omni-channel to all channel kind of approach people are taking. And we have seen people taking orders on WhatsApp, Google Forms, everywhere. And customer, I think they also want organizations or companies to store their data. They like, they wish that they should be recommended products, and companies should remember the names when we are seeing all those technologies. So I mean, we all covered it well in the discussion also. It's all consumer experience led or consumer centric digital transformation which is going on. And I think companies have no choice but to get into those developments and adoption where consumer expectations are met.
Okay. The next question from Sunil Srivastava. He's asking, how do you align the digital transformation strategy with business priorities?
So this is Manish Dhawal, if I can.
Yeah. Okay. Sure, Manish, go ahead.
See, it all starts with business strategy, right? And in terms of, as I was referring to, the business strategy should define the technology strategy around what is needed on the same. So, I mean, what we should do and what we have done for across different clients, we start with in terms of their business strategy, in terms of what is the vision. Is it around expansion? Is it around new product categories? Is it around new product development? Is it around getting into channels, right? And what are the aspiration? And based on that, we have to see what is needed from a technology and a technology enablement perspective. And the whole technology architecture needs to be built around it, which means that do I have a nimble core which can work across the different ecosystems of the technology? Do I have a product-centric capability? When I say product-centric in terms of do I have the customer at the middle or employee as a middle and have built capabilities around it? And what are the enablers? So there could be platforms in this. Platforms could be SAP, Microsoft, etc. And what are the other underlying capabilities, enablers you will build? So there could be AI. But the mute question, the exam question is essentially that has to be driven more by business strategy. You cannot create your technology architecture or strategy in isolation to the business strategy, in isolation without to the business strategy.
It's all about, I think it's all about the right mix of people, process, and technology. I mean, what we want to do, whether we want to innovate, whether we want to automate or we want to scale up. Depending on that, I think right mix of people, technology will help adopting solutions.
And what do you want to focus at that point of time? So that,
Okay, that's all. These were only the questions from audience.
Okay, thank you, team, for this wonderful insights and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks.
Thank you all the leaders for sharing your thoughts. Now again, we have interesting lead talk session by Dhanraj Bisht, Head Marketing from MapmyIndia.
Dharraj, please share your screen.
Okay, sure.
Yes, you're audible.
Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Yes, your screen is visible.
All right, great. Thanks, Namrata, for the introduction, and a very good afternoon to everyone. I think we've seen a great few points being brought up when it comes to how the consumer IT landscape is changing in the last few panel discussions. Just picking up from where we've left off in the last discussion, I wanted to move on with the topic where I'll be talking a little more about the consumer IT landscape from a consumer experience point of view, but keeping at the core something that we at MapmyIndia have been excelling in for now over 26 years, which is maps and location technologies. Let me just see if I can sort out the panel. There you go. Right. So hello to everyone. So I was just running through some stats before we started off this event. Came across some pretty staggering numbers that, and especially in terms of the geospatial analytics market. So it says the global geospatial analytics market, the size was valued at a little under $60 billion till about a year and a half ago. And that is projected to go nearly threefold in less than a decade's time at a compounded growth rate of close to 15%. Keeping that in mind, let's also look at where India stands in terms of the consumer space. So a very interesting stat that kind of puts India pretty much at the forefront, where we've seen that app downloads in India were standing at 4 times higher than the global average. And this was just in the first half of last year. Also kind of also pipping Indonesia and indicating that there was a massive spike in usage, which was somewhere about 37% higher than the rest of the market average. So with that, a bit of context, I'll jump straight into what the day's topic is, which is Maps 2.0. Turbocharging the consumer experience landscape with maps and location intelligence. I'm Dhanraj Bisht. I look at enterprise marketing here at MapmyIndia. And so the very first thing that I wanted to touch upon is the way in which we have moved into the consumer space with great vigor, and the kind of products and services that we're putting out there. The very first one that I wanted to bring your attention to is the MapmyIndia Real View. So we're already aware of some other products out there that have a street view service, but this is India's very first 360-degree street view service that MapmyIndia has launched. And rather than telling you more about the specific features, I'd love to give you a quick demo of what it looks like to give you a sense of what's the capability of this service. So we're looking at how the MapmyIndia's Real View service is capturing all angles, 360 degrees of the real world, and putting it out there on a map. It also kind of goes into different neighborhoods, whether it's residential, whether it's commercial. Things like understanding how signage boards are visible, getting clear view of exactly what the ground reality is. So without having to physically be at that place, one can actually just experience what it would really feel like being there through the MapmyIndia Real View service. The second thing that I want to touch upon is the AR/VR capabilities that we've built over the many years. Here, again, we talk about how we can experience without having to physically go to places from a single spot, actually get an AR/VR experience of things that are around us. So extremely hyper-local. You get a sense of things like ATMs, restaurants, cafes, any other points of interest that may be relevant to you. Not only can you view them, you get a sense of what category that point of interest is of and how far it is, as well as getting directions to that place. Another very revolutionary product that MapmyIndia has brought into the market is the e-lock, which essentially is a digital address code for any location. And it essentially is a 6-character code, both alphabets and numbers, that will give you exactly the doorstep location of any place, thing, or even address. So it makes life a lot easier for something that is directly impacting consumer experience, which is, let's say, e-commerce deliveries or food deliveries. So rather than having to give directions to the delivery person as to take a right from this junction or a left and come to the 4th floor, the e-lock actually maps down even the floor level in terms of a location. So any service that must be provided can be provided right down to the doorstep of the consumer without even lifting the phone and giving any details or directions. Here's a short video of how e-lock works. So we've mapped out over 3 crore places across India, a 6-digit code that leads any service right down to your doorstep. Since we've mapped down the house numbers across India, we have the capability of ensuring that services and products are reaching right to your front door. Another very interesting shift that we're seeing in the consumer space is in terms of the way we travel. And we're moving electric very fast. So even in the electric vehicle space, we've built capabilities to ensure that any electric car owner has the ability on the go to be able to find the nearest charging station. One could be basis price, if that's something you're sensitive to. Number 2 could be in terms of the compatibility. Some vehicles do not have the right charging cable, and it's not compatible with all the EV charging stations. So we've mapped out all the EV charging stations available in India, and we've given car owners, EV car owners, the ability to reach the nearest, the most compatible EV charger around them. The second point talks more about range anxiety, which essentially gives a sense to the car owner up to how far the charge is going to last. So it essentially builds a sort of an amoeba map around the vehicle. And as the vehicle is moving, the amoeba map slightly decreases as more and more distance is traveled. So it gives a sense of whether or not the charge will take you through to your destination, or you need to recharge at a station before to kind of make it to your destination. And that's where point number one comes into the picture, where it kind of guides you to the nearest compatible EV charger. A very short clip to give you a sense of how this works. You plug in your vehicle number, the model, and it gives you a list of EV charging stations around you. And the most compatible one is what pops up, and you get directions to that EV charging station. Next is about indoor mapping. So we've spoken much about how the outdoors is being mapped. That's been happening for many years now. But what we've gone ahead and done is we've gone and mapped the indoors. So that takes things to a different level, in the sense where, let's say you're walking around in a large format grocery store, and you're not really sure where the eggs aisle is, or where the milk aisle is, or where the toiletries aisle is. So we actually have the capability of helping consumers navigate at a location at the indoors and go to the particular section of any store, or maybe even a stadium, or a movie theater. Go exactly to where you have your seat, or exactly what you want to pick up from the store. Directions are given right down to the last foot. This is a quick example of how we've mapped a few malls across some of the leading malls in India. This one's of the DLF mall in Noida. So as one zooms further and further in, at a floor level, we have mapped each and every floor, allowing the user to know exactly on what floor the store is. And so it makes the search even more granular, even more specific. Rather than just dropping you off to the doorstep of the mall, you actually reach the doorstep of the store you wish to be to. This largely showcases a few malls that we have done across the country. So a lot of what I spoke of kind of puts together what we call the 4D digital map twin of the real world. Essentially what that means is it's a time and space map, with time being the fourth dimension. We're essentially mapping everything that is happening around us, and we're over time, with the help of AI, ML, and computer vision based mapping technologies, we are ensuring that we're in real time tracking all the developments happening around anyone, to make sure that we're mapping it and putting it out there in a digital format for users, consumers, and even businesses to consume. So what would initially look like a simple map with some buildings marked and a few POIs, like a Jantar Mantar over here, a PCO over here. With time and with the ability of IoT devices, we are mapping different elements that make up the real world, from streetlights to traffic signals to autonomous vehicles and essentially bringing you the digital map twin of the real world. A short video that will give you a sense of what this all entails. So this allows for autonomous vehicles or even owner-driven vehicles to be safer. As we're mapping reality around us, we ensure that car drivers are alerted of any dangers to ensure that they have safer journeys on the road. We have multiple sensors that are live streaming data to make sure any updates that are happening in the real world are being captured on a real-time basis. Through computer vision technology, which you're seeing on the screen, we're mapping the roads in real time. We are mapping objects from vehicles to four-wheelers, two-wheelers, pedestrians, objects on the street. We're building 3D models to replicate the real world. These are more about indoor maps, which I spoke of earlier. Now this gives a virtual tour also of sorts to the end user. Here again, we're talking about ELOC, the 6-character code that maps out each and every location down to the doorstep. With our sensors and our daily mapping capabilities, we're ensuring that traffic data, safety alerts are all being mapped on our platforms for safer mobility for the consumer and also for businesses. At the end of the day, I think we believe that consumer IT, that landscape is rapidly transforming. And to cope up with this constantly increasing consumer expectation, we need to look at the one thing that we believe is tying all of this together, and that's maps. So when you're looking at MapmyIndia, you can rest assured, be very sure that the consumer tech that the world is looking forward to and needs to transform at a rapid pace can be built on maps with our core expertise. Here are some live examples that I wanted to take you through of how we are working with some leading apps out there. So this is a food delivery app where a better consumer experience is being provided by allowing users of the app to live track the delivery person. So there's no more guesswork as to when the delivery person will reach your doorstep with the food. This again is one of the leading grocery apps in India, where we're ensuring that when users are pinning down their address on a map, house numbers, exact house numbers are being captured so that deliveries are made right to the doorstep. And there's no dearth or there's no delay in delivery times, just for a better consumer experience. The packages, your groceries reach right to your doorstep. A global car maker has a consumer app that has integrated our maps and location stack, which allows for the car owners to have a connected car experience where they're able to they're able to locate the position of their car, the location of their car, and while that's being done, they also have the capability of, when they're on the move, finding dealerships or gas stations around them. This is another leading food delivery app that uses our mapping technologies, our maps, and our routing capabilities to make sure that users can punch in their delivery addresses, and they can also, while on the move, pick up a meal from the stores that lie on the route. A leading payments app uses us to allow users to know which merchants are accepting payments through their app. And along with that, also get real-time directions to that merchant outlet. So at the end of the day, I would sort of put out a few things that if you're thinking about maps, you must think about MapmyIndia. And why? Well, a few pointers about the company. We've been in the map making space for over 26 years, headquartered in New Delhi and an R&D in Bangalore with sales offices in Bombay and a few other regions. We are a 1,000+ members strong organization with presence in over 90 cities, with the largest digital map database IP ownership, and backed by some pretty marquee investors. We're also working very closely with the Indian Space Research Organization, which allows us access to very crisp satellite imagery for our mapping applications and consumer apps. A handful of clients that have been working with us over the years. We've been working with industries across verticals, from automotive to banking to FMCGs to healthcare, as well as with a bunch of government organizations. Thank you.
Hi, Dhanraj. There is one question from audience also.
Okay.
Okay, wait. Rajeshwar Patil, he's asking how your solutions delivering competitive advantage to your customers.
So thanks for the question, Rajesh. So we've been mapping India for well over a couple of decades now. So the depth of data that we have captured over this time is far beyond any other competing brand, whether domestic or global. And beyond that, the suite of location technologies and the suite of applications that we've built over these highly rich and constantly updated maps is extremely vast, which is why the leading brands have chosen to kind of trust us with the depth of expertise that we have, how well we know the geography of this nation, and the sheer pace at which we are kind of constantly updating our maps to make sure that everything is near real time on our maps. And I'll be happy to have a longer chat with Rajesh to understand what industry he comes from, and maybe we can dig deeper to see what kind of solutions we have in store for him.
Okay, thank you, Dhanraj. That was the audience question.
Thank you.
Moving on further, we have another panel for the day, and the topic is creating value through technology in the new normal. Today, 150 plus CXOs and 350 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. Here I call moderator Mr. Bhaskara from Carlsys, Kunal Mehta from Fab India, Khushru M. Mistry from Eureka Foods, Amit Jain from Tupperware Brands, Ashish Pandey from GSK Consumer Healthcare, Vineet Ahuja from Accenture, Vipin Rustagi from Jockey India, and Arvind Singh from 7-Eleven India.
Perfect. Thank you, Namrata, for a quick introduction. I think I would like to thank the MapmyIndia, the maps which I started using it very recently. It comes up pretty well. And I would like to invite all the fellow panelists for this discussion, wonderful discussion. We have got a good mix of the panelists, which we are going to have it. It's going to be a good discussion. So maybe I think coming back, what we think is the new normal, what we think is not going to be a new normal, it's going to be a normal. So I think the social distancing and that wearing the mask will not go away very soon. I was just reading a couple of articles. I think we may continue to have it, and India heading for a second wave. This is going to completely continue, and that's where the digitalization plays a very great role. Especially, I think one way it plays a very great role. At the same time, I think it's also created greatest challenge for, I think, CIOs and CXOs in the organization. A recent one of the survey which was done by Gartner, if you look at it, 88% of the companies have employees started working from home, and 97% of the organization have started to stop the work-related travel. So most probably, I think whatever the webinars, what we have it today, I think it was not the case. I think 1.5 years back where we used to have it face-to-face, or some of the things, I think more or less it's all on virtually. So we greet virtually, we meet virtually, and we create a success stories virtually. And this is not only related to one of the organization, it's, I think, across the organization. With this, I think I've got a great panelist with me. So I think I want to go to Mr. Khushru. Khushru, I think you already started working from the office, some of your team members. I just wanted to understand from your perspective, how are you managing this?
With caution, okay. The fact of the matter is that as part of the pandemic, when about last year, about a year back, we had a look into some of the products which could be brought into the market in order to understand how, advanced technology products could be utilized to fight this pandemic. And the reason why you can see me sitting in the office is because of a unit which we utilize, which is called the Corona Guard. All right. Now, yes, it's exactly like a vaccine. You don't know its efficacy until you actually take it. But to a large extent, we've been utilizing this for quite some time now in our office. And it utilizes similar kind of technology like the sun, where the electrons actually, where the tests and everything are going on, it encapsulates the S protein and innates it. Now you could say that, how can we be so careful about it? Okay. But frankly, if you see, I'm not wearing a mask. When I'm in the boardroom, we don't wear masks. Now, if you have already contracted COVID, guess what? This unit cannot do much. But it at least protects you from anybody having a COVID situation. At least it protects you from not getting it. So it's a prevention, it's not a cure. And that's how we've been in the office to a large extent. That's why, touch wood, I would say I don't have COVID till date.
That's pretty good, Mr. Kushro. I think it was really nice hearing from you. I think, yeah, most of us were escaping from the COVID. I think we are trying to somehow avoid the crowded places and all. I think it's really good that you have gotten Corona Guard, which is helping the employees. So that it also, you know what, most of the times it triggers the people, know they are not confident. Because to be precise, see, COVID is everywhere. Initially, if you look at it, it was in one of the reasons, but today it's everywhere and you have to start living with it. So I think I want to hear from Amit. What is your experiences in this COVID situation? What is that which you did it in your organization?
Sure, Bhaskar. Good evening, everyone. So I think COVID obviously started off without giving any notice to all of us, and the function obviously that get impacted the most was IT, in terms of technology, in terms of digitization, or the gaps that we had within our respective organizations. So for us also, it started off all of a sudden the lockdowns got announced. All of a sudden we were made to work from home. While we talk about the different functions, the employees, associates, etc. So biggest challenge, or the first challenge, was to ensure that how do we keep our employees on 24/7 almost, because scenario was changing every single day. Moving on from desktops to laptops, making sure that the connectivity is there. Printers, how do we solve for it? In terms of online meetings, we quickly obviously had to move to Zoom licenses, procure new licenses, adapt Microsoft Teams very quickly. From IT security perspective, I think we obviously, along with a lot of other companies, whoever had worked on on-premise systems, these were made redundant. So we had to quickly move back to the cloud-based technologies, whether it is, let's say, pushing the patches for antiviruses, pushing the patches for Windows, making sure that all these devices are up to date. But the biggest challenge obviously was about the business situation, that how do we handle that? And IT in today's world is driving businesses across. And obviously, as brands, as companies, we're responsible for our shareholders, we're responsible for our employees. At the same time, the kind of work we do, Tupperware specifically works with thousands of ladies across the globe. And these ladies are typically housewives who works as our consultants, agents. So it's not just responsibility of driving the top line and bottom line for the company. It's also to make sure that how do we keep their earnings intact, because their homes run on top of their income. So that was the biggest challenge, I would say. And how do we conduct business completely basis the field work? And if you're not on field, if you're not meeting customers, if you're not doing the service, then the business absolutely becomes zero. So in those days, obviously, managing different channels, whether we call it direct selling or the retail stores, which obviously got closed for months without bringing in any additional revenue, or the e-commerce channels which are not getting supplies. So that was the biggest challenge that we faced. And how we handle that from business perspective was that we wanted to ensure that we have the business continuity intact. So how we manage that, we were running promotions, and absolutely daily promotions, hourly promotions, weekly promotions, monthly promotions, just to make sure that we at least book orders. And these ladies also survive, irrespective of whether the deliveries happen after a week, after a month, after 2 months. We were still taking orders. That ensured the business continuity for us, and that also ensured that we had the top line moving. And absolutely, I'm very proud to say that as a company, we ensure that we maintain that, and also pass this tough period with the zero cost cutting, with the zero salary cuts. And so these were absolutely the things that we did. Ultimately, completely agile. We also this opportunity to launch a new channel for us, which we called as social selling, which ultimately meant that as a Tupperware consultant, as a lady, because you're sitting at your home, how would you sell? So we had a web store. If we go to shoptupperware.in website, we quickly worked on that, and we created some unique URLs for these ladies, thousands of these ladies, so that they could share those links with their potential customers, with their friends, neighbors, relatives, through Facebook, through Instagram, through YouTube, etc. And any sale that happens on that platform, we were able to pass on those commissions to these ladies. So March, we announced lockdown, and by April end, we were ready with that solution. So obviously, that is something that made us believe that whatever planning we do, sitting in head offices, whatever firewall security appliances we bring in, there would be a day where these things become redundant. So as IT professionals, we are not only responsible for running the IT operations, but running the entire business. And so that was the biggest learning, and that's how we coped up, and with potentially good results. So proud of my team, and proud of the way we came out and handled COVID time.
I think that's really cool, Amit. It was really cool because Tupperware, if you look at it, I think you are the person who got a big sales force. I think the homemaker ladies and all. I think it's something, one way it's a plus. I think you've got a lot of people in the market, but they can't go and meet anybody. At the same time, no, you also have gotten leverage. So I think it was pretty good to hear that you could come out with an April and some of the products so that we can have it. And one good news which I heard it is, I think it's really good that there was no salary cuts. That's something which is really good to hear. And I think the pandemic, everything has taught us, I think, three things. One, most of the things, no, you will have to take care of your employees, and then you will have to take care of the organization, because that's something which is thick. And last but not least, what is happening is, I think the pandemic is teaching all of us, I think earlier, no, to be precise, IT was somebody who is sitting at a corner trying to do so many things, make sure that the business. I think when this pandemic came across, a lot of people wanted to work from home. Your VPN has to start, your Skype should start, Teams should start, nothing should crash, people will have online. And looking at it, I think customer has become, knowingly or unknowingly, became the center of our whole ecosystems. So people used to say, right, customer is a king and he dictates the terms. I think that's something which triggered it much more. People will have to see, I can't go and meet the customer, but that customer expectation is something else. And I think looking at the digital transformation, it starts and ends with the customer. And you will have to come up with some of the customized products and what is the customer expectation. You will have to learn, adopt customer initially of your journey. Maybe I think I want to go to Mr. Kushru just to understand, how did you remodel or planning to remodel your consumer IT to survive the new normal? What is your opinion, Mr. Kushru?
Well, in ordinary times, right, consumer tends to stick stubbornly to habits which result in slow adoption of the beneficial innovations. Now you fast forward it to the COVID-19 crisis, okay? The crisis has caused everything to change, the behavior, the adoption, the diverse ways of shopping, okay, and experiences. So therefore, it's necessary to meet the customer where they are today and satisfy their needs and expectations. Consumer IT remodeling needs to meet this new belief of habits, and also the moments of elation of the customer, and also the anxiety. The reason is because the COVID situation has locked them down, okay? So when we have to approach them with any kind of solution, it has got to be with empathy, okay? So the consumer IT must reference this new belief, and that's digital versus physical. That's so I would like to give a more generic answer on this rather than very detailed pointed items, because when the consumers are surprised and elated by their experience, they change their long-standing beliefs, and that can become a repeatable behavior. That's where consumer IT needs to concentrate upon, okay? Shaping emerging habits with new offering. This is where the product innovation and the IT innovation sort of collaborate together. And when you deliver that kind of experience, it creates a kind of a sense that, and I'll give you an example. Today, if you ask the customer, what is the most important thing? It's all about health and hygiene, right? And if you dovetail that with a delivery service, okay, and I'll give you one example out here, is that within Eureka Forbes, what we did is something called virtual water test. So effectively, if you give us your location, your PIN number, your address, we would be able to tell you what quality of water you're drinking, okay? Because we've mapped it across the 99% of the PIN codes which we have in this country. So the customer is then able to buy the right product, whether it's an RO, reverse osmosis water purifier, or they need a UV water filter, or they need a pre-filter. We are able to tell them, okay? The other third most important thing is align the message to the consumer's mindset. So there's been an intensified mix of anxiety, anger, fear during this pandemic. Now, this has heightened the emotions, has increased polarization, I would say. So brand communication should not be towards making a hard sell. It should be catered for more of what the consumer needs. And this is where hyperscale personalization has become more and more important. So in summary, if I would like to say, is that the consumer IT in today's day and age has to model towards, which is going to be the new normal, or whatever you call the normal, is all about, still about the end customer. But it must have the emphasis of purpose, and it must be combined with empathy. Okay, that is how we have to remodel consumer IT in today's day and age.
I think that's really cool, Mr. Khushru. It was really good. I think nice to hear that when you pick up the PIN number, you are able to enable, because that's something which is required in the need of the hours. For example, I want to buy it. I would really know what products. I don't want to just go ahead and buy something somebody else is buying. So it's something which triggers the consumer. Consumer expectation is also met. At the same time, business expectation is also met. I think 2020 has brought quite a changes and challenges into the thing, and it was hijacked so many things by the global pandemic. And it's also triggering a lot of business opportunities. A lot of business opportunities were lost, basically, and new business opportunities were created. A lot of people were able to scale up some of the businesses slowed down, and there is a lot of technology came into the place. For example, I would say, I think when we never thought that a lot of people will log in on Teams. For example, 1,000, 2,000 people, one shot logging on Teams and connect and have a discussion and all. So I think that's something which has triggered it. I also faced, I think, a lot of places where the whole Skype crashes because it cannot take the load in the initially. So that's something which is changing the technology. Maybe I think I would like to pitch on Kunal, because he's from an Fab India. It's a different segment where you got a lot of traditional skills and techniques. So wanted to understand how is this emerging technologies are reshaping the demand.
So, it's a very good question. And, until last year, I think even till the first quarter, a lot of people, a lot of organizations were not very open to trying new things, right? And the focus was always about sticking to your ERP, sticking to your normal e-commerce platforms and things like that. Discussions around magic mirror, discussions around 3D technology, a lot of stuff which did not have a touch and feel to it were not really looked at by organizations. And hence the whole OPEX, CAPEX, buying from the store operations or the marketing team wasn't really there. Post-COVID, I think everything changed. The stores were not open. Businesses had to figure out different ways to survive. And at the same time, the only option which was left at that point of time was e-commerce, right? A lot of organizations at that point of time, including ours, started looking at technologies in a very different fashion. How do we get better analytics? How do we get more and more users on our e-commerce website? How do we stabilize that even more? Things around magic mirror in stores where a customer can just trial products without actually wearing them and taking care of the safety, etc. Started getting a buy-in. So organizations now have opened up their mind in terms of looking at technologies in a very different fashion. It's no more just about doing the right things, which you've been doing all these years, but how do you do things differently and stay ahead of the game from a lot of other retailers that you have around? I think that has changed a lot. The good part is, organizations have also started listening more to IT, which was not happening previously to a certain extent. So the sponsorship, right from the CEO to the next level CXOs, in terms of trying things out, in terms of having pilots, in terms of even, spending money and seeing if it works or it doesn't work has improved drastically, because if you're not going to try it, someone else is. And then you get into the catch-up game, which can take you months. And by that time, you would have lost a lot of market share, right? So this is definitely, in some ways, yes, organizations have lost sales, but it's changed the way their outlook is towards the business. A lot of things have moved from CapEx to OpEx as we also keep going further, right? In terms of trying things out, because first you would spend on one technology and then, expect it to work for 5 years. Now people want to try different things. One is CCTV cameras, for example. I think from being purely a loss and prevention camera and a software, it's now being used for footfalls more often and more rigorously. I mean, people were trying it and doing it in pilots, but now there's more buy-in from the store operations and others to see how do you use the heat maps, how do you do the footfalls, how do you try and improve the store planning in the store to get the customers in the right area and improve the sales. So all these things have started playing a big role as we keep moving ahead. And I think we're going to see a lot of changes going ahead. On the e-commerce, like I said, analytics has started playing a big role. Improvement of how the websites are working. The page loads, the way, the overall design thinking and the UI UX of it is there, how the customer engagement works around it. There's a lot of focus on the B2C platforms also now. And the whole customer experience and customer engagement has started playing a big role. So from being a support, medium of sales, it's now become one of the primary medium of sales for every organization, because your stores are not open in a lot of places, especially when the lockdowns keep happening again and again. So yes, these things will keep happening. I think it's good, because now the organizations are more covered in every possible fashion. So if the stores are open, they cover from that perspective. The endless aisles again in the stores have started being a big role, because you have your stocks lying in different stores around the city or around the state or in different countries, and now you want to move it. You don't need to stock everything in one place. You just bring a tab to the customer if the product is not available, check where it is available, reorder the stock from the other place and start moving around. So products like these at the store level, the whole omni-channel experience that you need to give to the stores, that's improved drastically. And I think it's only for good in certain businesses are facing issues, but I think they've learned to deal with it and coming out in a more positive fashion.
Thank you, Kunal. I think it was very well defined. I think that's something which I think it was pretty good. You said one topic, I think I could see smiles on all the panelists when you said business is listening to IT. That's something which I could see smile on the faces. That's really good. So, and coming back, I think, Amit, I just want to put it across to you. Social selling, you already started. And do you think anything else, emerging technologies are reshaping your demand?
So how I would put it, I think Kunal summarized it pretty well. To me, the biggest opportunity for all organizations is to ensure that how do we do demonstrations? How do we give the trial experience to our consumers? Wherein virtual reality is something that we need to focus on. So even if, let's say, the second wave comes in, or potentially third wave comes in, we don't know whether it's going to last for a few months, few weeks, maybe a couple of years. We don't know. So we still need to give that experience to our consumers. So virtual reality is something that we need to focus on as organizations. We also need to focus on a lot of cloud technologies. Any on-premise solution is something that probably may become redundant with people continue to work from home, or there could be a possibility of a lot of organizations are closing down offices. They probably would have some space in co-working spaces. So how do we manage the entire thing, including, let's say, having some redundant jobs done by RPA tools? How do we ensure that we automate that? How do we have a better consumer experience with people not in offices, even let's say customer executives? How do we leverage bots for those kind of things? So I think we need to be completely agile. We need to still have the same or better experience given to our consumers to keep the brand and sales and everything up and running.
Thanks, Amit. I think that was pretty well summarized. And most of the time, I think the time has come across now. I think we should do it now before somebody else at competition does something on it. So you put it across RPA, bots, VR, and also AR. That's something which customer experience improves. And going forward, I think IoT will start playing a very, very crucial role. And one of the things I could see, lot of devices will start connecting, and I think knowingly or unknowingly will start pushing a lot of data into the network, and the data protection law comes into life. I think most of us will have some of the issues to be addressed, but this is going to change the whole game, how we are going to operate. And I will come to Ashish. Ashish, I think you have come from a healthcare background. Wanted to understand from you, what is the roadmap you are planning to have to win today and run your show for the new normal? Ashish, I think we can't hear you.
Am I audible now?
Yes, perfect. This is how technology works, right?
Technology sucks, right?
Yeah.
It's really interesting to know the views, and also I feel very delighted, especially the way technology is helping all the organization. And yes, I was also the one who was smiling when Kunal was making that comment, right? So really happy. Uh, now, now, if we speak about tech roadmap, it usually used to have the earlier time scale was 6, 7 years, 8 years, 10 years, those kind of things. Now it has changed dramatically, in fact. Now the inflection points are much lower. They are not logarithmic, rather exponentially, right? That is the kind of roadmaps which we are seeing. So right now, to say that after 3 years I will be at this stage, it has not become realistic actually. Right now, maybe your roadmap will be entirely tweaked. You started with something and you will start pursuing something later. So what generally I think is the best way to put a roadmap is now, next, or later, and your later should be aligned with the purpose. So there is a deeper meaning in roadmap. Earlier it was vision oriented. Now it has to be purpose oriented. Maybe for an organization, it is about delivering the greatest kind of healthcare which is possible, right? So now how your function, how technology can align with that particular purpose, that is the key driver, what I believe. So that is the differentiator. Uh, and here you have to understand that now we have to also move towards agile, and agile not just in technology but in business also. So in our tech roadmap, one of the most important enabler is that how we can also make business think with us. So that has to be also one of the important segment in our tech roadmap, that they are thinking with us, they are thinking like us, and they are ready to go with us in the same fashion and matter which we want. We are discussing in the same jargons, we are saying the same kind of words which we are using. I will just give an example. In 98, 99, or maybe even around that time period, Excel, PowerPoint, those were strictly limited to 3-4 set of people who were like strong techie. And now what I see that students in 5th, 6th standard, 8th standard, they are doing these things easily. Now there are coding classes for 3rd or 4th standard people, 3rd or 4th student, 3rd or 4th class students. So I see a huge paradigm shift. Now technology is known by everyone. Everyone knows technology. They have bulk of technology packed up in 512 GB RAM, which they are holding in their hand, right? So that is where I see that now we can have those kind of conversation, and that has to somehow translate to our tech roadmap. And this is the place where I was saying that we have to understand that what are our leading and lagging measures, what kind of effort we are going to spend on a particular kind of thing, and what kind of return it is going. If an organization is able to map it out in the effort matrix, then definitely one can identify that what I am going to do in next 3 months, 6 months, or a year after. So that is one thing which I think we all are trying to do, and that's something which I am also trying to do.
Thank you, Ashish. Looking at this now, the more or less our roadmap is like scale it and speed. Because earlier we used to plan it for 3 years, 5 years. Now it's like you should do it now, scale it up, and the speed up.
Fail early. Fail
Yeah,
early.
fail early.
If you
Yeah.
fail early, fail small. If it is a good success, then just scale it up.
Yep.
So maybe we can take an example that let's say that you want to do an analytics piece. Instead of doing it for an entire country, maybe you pick up a typical geography. You do it. You do the entire digital campaign also. So the people in e-commerce, they do it very wisely. They pick up that geography. They take that learning, and then they understand if it is making an impact or not, and if they should scale it up or not. So it's very easy to do also these days.
Yep. Thank you, Ashish, for your insights. I would like to go back to Mr. Kushru to understand the roadmap from your organization perspective.
Thank you, Bhaskara. Well, during last year, I think the buzzwords were digital, digitization, digital intervention, digital transformation, everything digital, 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 right? But the fact of the matter is that it is because of the digital nudges. That's why the companies, even like ours, was able to come out through the pandemic in a, I would say, a very decent manner. Going forward, okay, the recovery is going to be digital. Okay, we all know that, and I think the customer has oriented themselves to think that way. From our company perspective, we have already made it very clear across the group is that 25% of our revenue will come from digital. Okay, which is a pretty large step for a direct to home kind of a business. And therefore, we are addressing it in 3 parts. The first one is the front end, okay? But the front end, which is basically the application which goes to the direct salesperson who's on actually feet on street. The fact of the matter is they are not able to meet people because of social distancing norms. So how do you take that and ensure the health and safety of the customer? All right. And this is where technology is playing a big part. So we have device methodologies whereby utilizing the standard set of video conferencing technologies like Teams and Google and everything, we are now productizing it in order to ensure that we are able to talk to the customer, display and demo the product as if we were sitting in front of them. So it's voiceover technology on a demo product, right? And that is one of the ways which we are doing it. Look at the way in retail. Would you want to go to a retail shop and touch something? Okay, the answer is not that much. You would not like to touch anything. So we are utilizing things like a QR code. Okay, so you scan it as a QR code. You will get your demo of that particular product. But at the same time, in the background, it's initiating a lead generation process which flows back to our in-shop promoters, who are again not in the shop, who are actually sitting at home, who will then connect with you in order to get a cross sale done or a sale done. Okay, so frontline is one. The second part is the middle part, which is basically your backend systems. Remember, okay, I think you did refer to it, is customer is still the key. So the backend system, which is your CRM, must be able to incorporate the customer experience module to judge the expectations and the ongoing changes of the customer. Embed analytical tools within that in order to gauge the comprehensive view of the customer experience, and that will provide, and that information has to go back into the front end in order to do a cross-sell and upsell, or even, for example, how the salespeople are going to talk about to the customer on the future needs. The third most important thing which we are trying to do is remodel our call center. Usually we consider call center as the first line of defense. We are considering it as a final line of defense, because we have, there are so many digital interventions. You may have a WhatsApp channel, you may have a consumer channel, you may have a customer app. So of all these channels, though they provide an omni-channel experience, the people will only come to the call center if they are not very happy with those channels. So we are trying to remodel our call center as the final line of defense, where a human actually talks to them and resolves their problem. Because what we have identified is, if they are not able to talk to a human, that's how where they go to on social media and complain. So we are remodeling that experience. And last but not the least, okay, the tech roadmap must have a very strong cybersecurity profile. So we have to being able to address the cyber issues, and it's not just about the protection of the company, but also protection of our consumers. So if we are able to do all of these are 4 simple things which we're trying to do. And I believe that the experience and the roadmap of the future is in its simplicity, not in making it very cumbersome.
I think, thank you very much, Khushbu, for giving that quick overview. What you said is absolutely right. Most of the time, what we'll do it is, as I said, speed and scale. We start running the show, but we will miss out this particular topic as cybersecurity. It is not us, also my customer. What does he feel? If tomorrow morning, if I lose his data, what's going to happen? And last year, I think cybersecurity organizations are also the organization which have really grew. So a lot of phishing attacks started, a lot of virus attacks started. That's where it's also very, very important as head of ITs and CIOs to look into the details of its cybersecurity, how I can lose the data. Can I safeguard my company, my employees, and my customers? Amit, do you want to put across something on these terms?
So basically, I think the first thing, as I think Kunal mentioned, was that we are getting attention. So that's a good thing. Although all these changes or the situations, I personally saw that in 2008 during the banking crash. I was with Citigroup at that point of time, or the internet boom that came in 2012-13, or the COVID pandemic. It brings the focus back into IT, technology, digitization, etc. And we certainly ask for investments. So whatever we need to do in terms of the business transformation or supporting the business transformation, we just need to make sure that we have a proper lock-in and we make the right assumptions. So obviously technology fits tightly with what we want to achieve from a business perspective. If the assumptions are right, we should be making or marching towards success. That's the first point. And also, I think we touched upon we need to be agile. And I totally agree with the other panelists that we need to move fast. Organizations do not have time that we need to implement this tool. It will take 5 months, it will take 8 months. There is probably lesser space for something like a waterfall model. And we need to give quick results. In a sense that we don't need to be perfect. If we are 80% there, let's go ahead, let's launch it. And with time, we keep on making it better. With time, we also keep on enhancing it. But perfection is not something that we can start with. With time, we can achieve perfection. Secondly, I think what this also taught us was that we need to leverage our cloud platforms a lot better. The services, for example, while we talk about consumer data, the biggest thing is how do we secure organizations data with our employees, with our associates working from XYZ place. Some may even, let's say, move to Goa in a resort, right, and working from there for a month or two. Can we have our data probably getting a bit insecure, or there could be exposure on a public Wi-Fi or an unknown Wi-Fi? How do we secure that with some tools and technologies that could reside in end user devices, or even moving towards BYOD, bring your own device? That is something that as a concept right now is working. For example, if our associates are working from home and their laptop has an issue, can we do something for the next 2, 3, 4 days? Maybe not, because that new laptop needs to be given to that person. So that person eventually will end up using its own personal device to work. How do we ensure that our data is secure? And how do we support remote working? And also, how do we manage our legacy applications? If the application is not web-based and we're still using some tools and technologies, and many of us probably would be in that situation where we have some very critical application which is not webified. So how do we ensure that that application still works without using a VPN, because VPN ultimately will make things slower. So these are my few thoughts over and above what other speakers have mentioned.
I think thanks, Amit, for a quick overview. Once I just want to say here, Steve Jobs said in one of the meetings, he said, life is going to hit you with a brick on your head once. So please have a faith. That's what he was mentioning. So overall, this pandemic has made sure to touch the organization, whether they are ready for some crisis management, are they ready to take up the challenges? Yeah, a lot of companies has been really struggled. Somebody really scaled it up. 1 year back, I never thought 80% of my workforce will start working from home, because not everybody was having a laptop. Few people were having a desktop, so they need to have a laptop. So it also picked up customer experience, coming out on in digital products, innovative products, digitalization of the processes. So this is something which started. So looking at it, some companies already started looking into a digital company units. As Mr. Kushro said, looking into a digital revenue. Can I get some revenue? We're looking into a digital landscape. I want to go to Vinith. How do you discover the technology that can transform the business? Vinith?
Yeah, hi, Bhaskar. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, it's loud and clear.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Right. So, yeah, that's a very interesting and relevant question. And I think at Accenture, we do have the benefit because we are exposed to a wide set of clients and we do everything from strategy to implementation. And we see the benefit of our work in a short span of time. So, early on in this wave of digital and many years ago, and as you might know, in Accenture, I mean, we rotated to digital early on. More than 70% of our revenues now comes through digital services. It was a strategic choice that we made. And interestingly, many traditional companies are increasingly becoming tech. It is said that every company will be a tech company. I mean, it is fashion tech, it is beauty tech, a coffee company becoming food tech, and so on and so forth, right? But early on in this journey, we were taught one thing. In digital, it is easy to fall for the cool. Don't be in love with the cool, be in love with the money, right? So this was an early learning, and therefore it's important to recognize that tech exists to serve business and is not an objective by itself. And therefore the implication is recognize business strategy and how can technology or digital enable it or drive it further. In fact, increasingly business strategy and technology digital are getting inseparable, in fact, indistinguishable. The fact that every business will become a tech business means the two will merge, right? Now, how does a company go about it after you recognize tech being an enabler or a driver? Every company will need to do more than what is possible. Resources will always be a constraint, and therefore comes the area or point of focus. Pick up few things which can materially affect the value chain, where you can concentrate resources and make a difference, and then own that space like nobody else. And I'll give an example also of that later. But broadly speaking, companies can straddle around these dimensions, which is either they dominate the customer experience, consumer or the customer, or they become super efficient in internal operations. So stuff like digital ERP or digital supply chain, procurement, and so on and so forth are examples of this, where you can shave off many points of your cost and improve your gross margins, right? Best companies will do consolidation of both. Or you can take the route of analytics and dominate, or any such technology. I'll give you an example, interesting example of two of our clients in the same space who have taken two different approaches, yet have succeeded in what they are doing. And this is in the space of fashion. So player number one is in the space of B2B private label exports, and therefore it chose to go down the route of improving cost efficiency by deploying analytics across the value chain and outsourcing functions, which in such times helped by becoming lighter, right, and so on and so forth. But it translated of cost advantage into market share improvement, right? And realizing the next new normal of revenues. This was pre-COVID. COVID only would have accelerated the trend. Versus another domestic fashion player, which is in the, as I said, in the domestic space, which chose to recognize e-commerce and has chosen to dominate that space, not through marketplace, but direct to consumer, right? And that will grow manifold. So we have already in a short burst of 6-8 months grown their revenues 5x, but we will grow another 5-6x in another year to come. But then the entire tech stack that goes behind for a unified customer experience is another direction that one can take, right? So these are two valid directions which two different companies have taken. The aspect of capability, privacy, security, which was touched upon. In summary, every business will become a tech business. This is a new era where industries will compete on tech and systems architecture. And it's important to recognize how can tech enable and further business strategy. And in fact, I will end by being slightly provocative. I mean, Kunal was right that people are listening to CIOs, but the key question is, will they keep listening? And that is a function of how good tech steps up to become a core strategy advisor and merges BizTech with core tech, right? With that, back to you, Bhaskar.
Thank you, Vinay. That was pretty good. Basically, one is dominating the customer experience. Another one is digitalizing all your processes, back-end processes. I want to come to Kunal. Before that, I'll just go to Ashish. What is your say in this, discovering the technologies that can transform the business? Ashish, I think.
Sorry. First of all, complete buy-in. I think the point which Vineet was also emphasizing on, that what is the business purpose and how tech is driving it, right? So those two are now convoluted to each other, right? What I entirely see this that this tech gambit is further to be understood, and the ROI manifestation is something which we all have to embark on. We One of the point which Amit was also making, that we are doing projects in 3-4 months time, lesser time. But what is happening in lot of deployments, that we deploy and then we forget. We don't have the sustenance model. What are we supposed to achieve out of it? So there has to be, beside every technology thing, whatever we are doing, there has to be a definite success criteria. Just for the heck of implementing technology, we should not be doing it. That it looks cool, it looks fancy. Uh, this is something which everyone is doing. No, that is not why we are here. We are here to ensure that our business grows. We have to understand that what kind of value we are giving in terms of top line and bottom line. If we are able to translate in whatever we are doing, if it is directly impacting the PNL, then we can say that yes, we are there. The question to the question with Vineet asked to Kunal, the last one, right? That if we keep being relevant, we have to be relevant, then that is where we have to understand if we are impacting that. Unless and until we keep doing that, the entire technology gambit will not get approved. So this is something for all of us, and I think everyone is doing also. Everyone understands it pretty well. This is the key takeaway, that what is the value proposition if we are doing something.
Thank you, Ashish. Vinit, I liked it. Don't fall for the cool. That's something which you said most of the times. Oh, it's a jazzy look. Oh, let's go and do it. I think not everything will go in that perspective. And coming back, I think looking at, the moment this pandemic hit, a lot of things, a lot of organizations started thinking, what is that, the resilience? What is that, where we can look at it? Where is that extra additional things which we can? Most of the time it comes to IT, and as Vinit said, today it's listening. The business is listening, and business also started to think like us. What is that? Will it continue? So coming to Kunal, I wanted to understand, how do you look into the smart spending or enable the IT cost, optimize the techniques? You'll have to do a lot of techniques to make sure that you optimize it. So how are you going about it, Kunal?
The way we started looking at budgets since last year has become very different, right? First, there was a big mix between what you want to spend on your CapEx and what you want to spend on your OpEx, right? The larger technologies, I think most of the organizations probably have already spent, and that's been taken care of. But I think as we're moving to this uncertain world, over the last 1 year, the OpEx costs have kind of gone up, to be very honest. And I think it's in a good way to a certain extent, because now organizations want to try new technologies. They don't mind spending it for 6 months, seeing how it works, test it out. If it makes sense, it goes, you have a good ROI around it. And, the spending is kind of justified. The moment you go into the CapEx, right, that money is gone once and for all. What we've also started doing is, we've started partnering with vendors, and vendors have also started realizing, look, I mean, these are the times when a lot of organizations don't have money. And if they want to trial out things, they need to be partners rather than just, sell the product and, move out of it. They need to have their skin in the game as we keep moving to the next level. So that makes it much more easier to get the success out of that and try different things. And like, it was said previously also during the, during the discussion, that try things, fail faster, learn fast, and move quickly on to the next thing, right? So that's what we've been doing now, is trying different things, learn from that, improvise, and then start moving faster. Because a lot of stores are not opening, because a lot of CapEx is not being spent, there's a lot of money which is now available in the system. It's just that the pockets have changed. And thankfully, one of the pockets now where the money is going is IT, right? So it helps a lot. There's a lot of sponsorship now, which is there internally, where the function itself wants to spend money along with you to try things out, because that's the only way to get the customer in some form or the other, whether it's virtual or it's physical. So it's definitely helping. The spends have increased for IT during the last 1 year on infrastructure, on solutions, even on consulting, where organizations want to understand how do you use these technologies in the best possible fashion. So a lot of consulting organizations, I think they've been making a lot of money without taking names. They've been paying more bonuses to their employees. So I think that's definitely helpful. It's a good mix. I think CIOs are also learning to spend wisely, to spend in the right places, justify their spendings more importantly, and also become closer to the business, understand the business better, understand the functions, responsibilities, and their challenges better before going and making requests on new changes in technology, on infrastructure, on networks, whatever it is, right? So it's a good learning. It's been tough, but it's the name of the game. I mean, survival of the fittest. So you keep trying, you try different models and make work. But I think OpEx is the way to go as we keep moving
ahead. Can I add something? Can I add something?
Yes, Ashish.
So yes, OpEx CapEx is merging now. CapEx has got it into OpEx actually, right? What I see here that we have to we are in tech, but we have to very deeply understand how business is functioning, what is impacting P&L, and if we are going with a right kind of cases which show that this kind of money you are going to generate, or this kind of money you are going to save, this kind of efficiency you are going to bring in, then I don't see that this entire challenge is there that you are not going to get funding. So funding is directly proportional to that, and I think as tech organization we have to dig our heels into these things. That this is something which we definitely need, and if you do this, then you'll get this. We have to know how to make that elevator pitch. So that is something which we all have to keep ensuring.
Ashish, thanks for pitching in this, and it's right. But as CIOs, it has not changed. Your ROI has to be given to your CFOs, and you will have to convince. For that, you will have to go in depth, deep of it. So we have Arvind from 7-Eleven from the Future Group. Hi, Arvind, welcome. And wanted to understand your perspective. How do you discover the technologies that can transform your business? Just wanted to get your feedback on that, Arvind.
Arvind, just like me, you are also on mute.
Yeah, Arvind, you're on mute.
Sorry. Am I audible now?
Yes, Arvind.
Yeah. So, it's a thing which I have been working for last 3-4 years, coming from a brick and mortar retail. The need of digital transformation has been, the crux of things in last few years. And with COVID coming in, it has become even more important. So, primarily, Future Group has been a big brick and mortar retail, but last few years we have transformed, done a lot of automations, transformed, the business processes, brought a lot of mobility into enterprise level to refine the operations, supply chain. So those kind of things are very important to take the business to a next level. And one more thing I would like to touch on is, AI and data analytics. That's very important because, we have been there for decades, more than decades in the business. But analyzing the data of customer, it's all customer-driven world today. So what customer wants, and how you can utilize the customer, the behavior or purchases to take out information, intelligent information out of it and take the business to the next level. That's very important. And the third part which I feel is AI driven, IoT driven world. So if you go to Big Bazaar, the biggest pain has been people standing in queue, for long. So how I can use IoT to burst the queue when it is required. That's very important.
Thank you, Arvind, for your quick insights. And you already touched on it. Looking into one of the survey, it says 76% of the consumer thinks companies should understand my requirement, my expectation, and they should try and customize the product to me. And in this regard, you may need a lot of analytical tools that can transform the data and give a customized experience. See, tomorrow I may say, I need a customized pen for me. I want to write, this should be customized for me. This may start triggering it, and all organizations start thinking in this direction. Coming here, I want to get few perspectives from
Bhaskara, one more addition here.
Yeah.
So we often depend on consultants or resources to bring us that entire use cases or whatever we want. I think one important element is that we have to understand our customer and consumer journey. We have to actually clearly map it out. We have to find out our own opportunity solution trees. And then we have to approach for the solution. The mindset that let's solve it, instead of that, we have to go very deep into problems.
Yes, Ashish, that's absolutely right. That's where I said in the beginning itself, making customer part of our role.
Yeah, that is bang on, Bhaskar.
And I want to go to
so the basics is the customer has become number one. Everything surrounds around customer. So I'm currently working for 7-Eleven. That's a convenience business. Any convenience business is different than typical retail. Convenience business is driven by convenience. So everything surrounds how customer feels convenient when he checkouts or sees things in the store, checkout. What kind of convenience I can bring as part of loyalty. It's not about discount anymore. It's more about convenience.
That's absolutely right. There is nothing called as no, I give you 50% discount, 30% discount, and all is gone. It's all your convenience. How do you give an experience to the customer? And what is that loyalty you can carry on to the customer to your making a repeat buyer? So how is my customer, can he become a repeat buyer? That's something which is triggering it more. One way, how many new customers you acquired and how many repeat buyers? Are you still having that chunk always in your kitty? I want to go to Vinith, Kushru, and Ahmed. This is something which is really different perspective in the different business groups. How do you think AI, ML specifically drives the business across? Vinith, I want to listen from you.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks, Bhaskar. And I think I'll begin by admitting that AI ML is seen as esoteric, and the applications are in patches, right? And the maturity really varies. But I can assure you it is actually not as complicated as it is made out to be. Of course, one has to go in depth and understand. And if anything, we spoke of OpEx, right, some time ago. But the aspect of cloudification, if it should give you access to tech backbone, it also allows access to intelligence in form of AI ML, just by the way, right? So to close that loop. Now, of course, as a precursor, even AI ML should be used only with a business case, like anything, right? There always has to be a favorable business case, and it has to be to further the business strategy, enable and drive. So with that background in mind, I think AI ML is also developing, but there are three pockets where I see this more mature and it can be deployed here and now, right? And I will begin. I think first is the business of intelligence, driving patterns from unrelated, uncoordinated areas and using it as business inputs. For example, demand forecasting or price forecasting and so on, right? Now, the more niche you go, e-commerce is supposed to be highly variable, and the drivers cannot be found historical. History is not a good indicator of future, and therefore the inputs need to be outside of statistics, and therefore aspects such as social media, environmental inputs, competition, and so on and so forth, and models which are best to utilize the correlation is AI and ML. For example, in one of our clients, a beauty client, right? E-commerce. So cosmetic is high variability, e-commerce even higher. we deployed machine learning effectively to improve forecast accuracy from 30% to around 60. Now 60 is still low, but it is marginally, significantly better than 30, right? So this is the first example. Or in a biscuit company, increase commodity price forecasting for flour, right? The second, automation. And a good example is programmatic advertisement. What's programmatic? Identifying the right buyer or right viewer for digital, who is right exactly in your target segment, bidding it at the right price, and showing the right consumer segment, and then checking effectiveness, right? All of this automation, which happens very fast, requires machine learning, and therefore it's a good example. Increasingly, 80% of advertisement will move into this direction, digital advertisement. What you talked of, Bhaskar, personalization. Personalization has many aspects. It can be content, it can be UI, it can be positioning, offers, and so on. But the ability to customize something for a customer or personalize on the fly has ML at the core, right? Take the third bucket. So first bucket was intelligence, second was automation, the third would be advice. I'll begin with a simple example. Khushru mentioned chatbots as first line of defense. That is true. I mean, AI chatbots are replacing people, but now you superimpose vernacular and you superimpose voice and see how difficult it gets even for human beings, right? And mind you, the reason I bring this up is because the next wave of digital commerce will be driven by voice and vernacular. How else can you do this without chatbots? But now you superimpose advice on top of it. So while Khushru would have referred to service, can we extend it to sales and marketing, or can we bring advice on top, right? And that happens in various areas. One of our partners, for example, in Salesforce automation on Handled, gives you Salesforce coaching and nudges, replacing or improving the span of supervisor, for example, which sits on top of DMS or SFA. Or beauty, knowing the consumer advice, what should be the regime. Or fashion, right? Fashion is where a personal stylist can be best enabled through AI. So one of our partners, Fashion DX, would have the ability to use CRM data, clickstream data, your individual personalization from CDP, and then advise which styles are best suited for an individual. And all of this is possible only through AI. So in summary, AI, ML, or any digital technology, AI, ML is only an example, allows you to break traditional boundaries. So if I spoke of demand forecasting, I mean, forecasting finally is a trade-off between availability and inventory. And new age tools like AI, ML help you break that trade-off boundary. So through cloudification, SaaSification, I think we have an opportunity to utilize this more and more, and further the business strategy, definitely delivering a business case.
Thank you, Vinit, giving this overall. Whatever you said, no beauty. That's one of the. I was also talking to head of the IT of that organization. The way they are transforming, it's something which is amazing, because that's something which, most of the times it's a touch and feel. People used to do it, and now it's overall it's changed. Amit, you want to add something on this AI ML topic? Have you touched based on in your organization?
Sure. So I think Vineet summed it up pretty well. I'll just add a couple of points. First of all, I would like to second Vineet that it has to be business case or use case enabled. We need to have the ROI clearly defined on what you want to achieve through how. For example, how we use that is, we have our EBOs, our exclusive brand outlets. Even for something like a footfall capturing, either we do it manually or we have a AI enabled camera, which basically gives an indication that how many people are walking in to our stores. And in case there is a crowd, can we have a small beep which tells the store manager that while you are dealing with somebody else, can you have a tab which has a product information, which has a quick training on our products, etc., to that customer who is waiting, so that they can still be engaged and occupied, right? So I think along with what Vineet also mentioned on forecasting, we'll probably need to link it up with some kind of predictive analytics, which the CRMs use, which the forecasting tools also use, that even if you want to introduce a new product, what could be the possible cannibalization? Can I still not just depending upon the human mind that Tupperware introduces a new bottle and that bottle possibly will cannibalize another bottle of Tupperware by 20% or by 50% or by 80%? Or what is the life cycle of a product? Can I get into those predictive analytics, which helps me define the future, which helps me take those calls, not just relying again on human mind and experience, but also getting deeper into data and working on those specific segments. So that's something I wanted to add.
Thank you, Amit. Mr. Kushru, you want to add something onto this AML? How is it driving in your business?
AI, I would say, has got to be utilized with certain level of indulgence and care. Reference more towards the chatbots, the voice bots, which have to be utilized. The training of them has to be completely solicited. It cannot be unsolicited, because if you utilize AI and utilize unsolicited training, it can actually learn the wrong things. So it could mean that somebody having a loud voice, it could actually consider that it's okay when it's not actually. But the way we have been utilizing it right now, we have not still completely gone into how do we utilize within a contact center environment, whereby we want to bring in prosodic analysis, sentiment analysis, but we are currently more concentrated on and utilizing it for Vision API. So when our salespeople walk into the stores, which we basically utilize our products or keep our products, which is quite a bit in this country, there is a particular way of putting them on shelves. Now, rather than somebody going and saying, this is not right, the color is not right, the ribbon is not right, the facade is not right, we actually ask them to just take 3 or 4 photographs, and that's it. AI does it for us. It actually cultivates the image to say, yes, the color of the carpet was right, the product brochure next to it was right, okay? And that's how we incentivize, and there itself, they're able to incentivize the particular retail shop. It could even be a mom and pop shop to say, you've done it right, therefore, when you sell this, we are going to incentivize you and give you, let's say, a percentage of 2 discount. And that's done immediately. That's the power of AI and ML, I would say.
Thank you, Mr. Kushru. It was pretty good. Yeah, we had an excellent discussion with all of you, gave a pretty good overview. Just to put it on.
I wanted to add one thing for AI. We are trying to use AI even before choosing a site where to open the shop.
Okay.
That's important. Many a times you will find that shop gets open, that doesn't work. Business doesn't work that in that area. So AI is very handful to even decide where the property will work.
Yep. I think, thanks, Arvind, for your perspective. That's something good. So when you're opening up a store, you should really know whether my business is going to pick up there, or do I have proper consumers based out of it? Will I be able to? It should not happen that I start off and it gets end of the 1 year, you will have a 0 revenue. May not be 0, I'm saying a little bit exaggerated. So that's really good. So summing it up, we had a great.
It's tough because you will find many businesses, they open shops, close shop. It's a regular use case. So AI, I think it will be very handy to reduce those turnarounds.
Okay. So looking at this, just to sum it up, the ROI will not change. The AI ML will changing, and the partners and the customer delight, customer experience will start. And we'll also start looking at what are all the need of the hour instead of looking at it. And I would really take it up Vinith's statement, don't fall for cool. That was really good, because most of the time, no, something is cool, we'll jump into it and try to do it over a period of time. You will realize, oh, that might not be required for me. That's something which comes up. Maybe Namrata, do we have any questions from the attendees?
Yes, Bhaskara, one question from Venkatesh. He's asking, which disruptive technologies are creating high value and why?
Maybe Ashish or Kushu, you want to pick up this question?
Maybe I can, if that's okay with you, Bhaskar.
Yeah, perfect, Tom. Vinith.
Oh, sorry.
I was actually expecting Vinith to
Sorry,
answer. I knew he's
After
going to
you.
sell some technology to us here.
Yeah, Ashish, after you, if I'm
Sure,
sorry.
sure. The last topic which we are discussing, AI and ML, we are definitely seeing it as highly disruptive, and highly disruptive in India. It has still, we have to go miles around it. For example, blockchain is very much deliberated and discussed upon, but there are very less value cases or use cases in India. The real applications have still not come up. There is no consortium around how to use it. But image analytics, one thing which Mr. Kushru was also suggesting, it is becoming huge. Image analytics, I see that is going to be very vast. In NLP also, I see that a lot of things are going to come up. So one thing which Vinith also picked up, the vernacular things, and how we are getting into the voice. So these are voice. When I say voice, it is NLP. Second is image recognition, and third, the overall use cases around what is the next best corrective action which I should take. What is the business decision I should be able to make? So right now it is more around dashboard, or this is how future looks like. The next level which companies can go on is that, okay, this is the exact action which I should take now so that I can protect my sales or my top line or bottom line. So these are few indicators which I see will make up. Over to you, Vinith. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, so what comes to my mind is, first, the answer will vary across industries and functions. So there will not be a one size fits all, but yet there are 2-3 technologies which are no regret, right? Which are bound to succeed. They will never fail, right? What are those 2-3? Which means the challenge for business case will never be there, or the benefit would be much higher than cost. So first would be a data lake led, or even without data and analytics. AI ML will sit on top of it, but analytics is foolproof. So when we go for transformation, say retail, and retail can be consumer goods or it can be fashion direct to consumer, we say the entire value chain can be translated into 100 algorithms. One algorithm is next best action that Ashish spoke of. But if you perfect 100 algorithms, you are differentiated. But whichever industry you take, analytics has to serve well, first. Second, digital supply chain. So as I said, digital supply chain breaks the trade-offs between efficiency, resilience, between inventory and availability and so on. And therefore, the case has to be made between improved availability, reduced inventory, and improved factory utilization. I mean, 99% of the times the business case will fall in place. It cannot not fall. So that's the second. Third is robotic process automation, because finally what it does is automate. So I'll give you an example. One of our Alcobev companies, where we run the supply chain, Alcobev, there are 30 different SNOPs because every state is an SNOP. So we would take weeks to write an SNOP deck, but an RPA bot now does it in 5 minutes, including NLP and making observations, right? So this is an example. So these are some no regret moves. Beyond that, the answer will vary from technology to from industry to industry. If we speak of consumer goods, then it has to center around BMS and SFA first, because large part of business is general trade. If it is fashion retail, large part of it will have to be through omni-channel commerce, through micro markets and e-commerce, ideally direct to consumer rather than fashion market. So in banking, similarly, the answer would be different. So the answers will vary, but the no regret moves are analytics, RPA, and digital supply chain if that helps, Bhaskar.
Thank you, Vinit, for the answer. Namrata, do you have any more questions?
No, Bhaskara, there are no any question left.
Okay, I think I would thank all the panelists for an excellent discussion. So I would say thank you very much. And again, I will say stay safe.
Thanks, Bhaskar.
Thanks, everyone. Keep rocking.
That was a wonderful
Bye.
moderation. Thank you.
Thanks, Bhaskar. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thanks.
Thank you, leaders, for adding the value to this forum with your knowledgeable discussion. Now, we have third panel for the day, and the topic is the future of consumer tech opportunities and trends. Today, 150 plus CXOs and 350 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. Here I call moderator Mr. Dharmendra Kumar Verma from Samsung Data Systems, Anil Menon from Lulu Group, Rajgopal Nayak from Metro Brands, Vishal Gupta from Nando's India, Amlesh Sinha from Make My Trip, and Rohit Ranjan from Ghana.
Hello, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, Dharmendra, you are audible.
Hey, thanks, Namrita, for giving this brief introduction. And I would like to say good evening, good morning, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, depending on your current geography. Although I'm not aware that you all are here in India or somewhere else. It's really my pleasure to welcome you all in the panel, and thanks to Eldon for providing such a wonderful platform. So this is the topic which we were going to discuss here. That is a really interesting, looking at the current trend and this pandemic situation in 2019. That the topic is future of consumer tech opportunities and trends. So I think, yes, we all are agreeing that this pandemic is actually not good for human being, and we are losing a lot of things. But if we are trying to convert this in opportunities, then we can see lots of things coming here, especially in technologies, in terms of opportunities. So if I look at the current market, I can see now the things are getting changed and consumers is looking in a different way. And in this current environment, consumer profitability and growth, it's actually not going through the incremental, adding something in an incremental way. Rather, they are trying to do something, improving their processes, work, and the way of handling the things, automation part, and all other areas. So looking at all these aspects, I think this is the nice topic which we are going to discuss here, and definitely we will bring you all and take all your opinions and feedback in these areas. So as I mentioned, that now people are looking reimagination of business models, processes, and work here, through which they want to optimize their business, looking at the good growth in terms of profitability, and definitely the quality of the products as we look into it. So moving ahead into it, I would like to invite Mr. Rajgopal Nayak to share some brief details on consumer choice in future digital economy. I mean, looking at the current situation.
Yeah, hi. Good evening, everybody. And thank you for taking a valuable time to hear us on the panel. Thanks, Dharmendra. Yeah. Now, am I audible?
Yes, very well, Rajgopal.
All right. So the digital economy has actually, and especially COVID, has brought in constraints that has, in a way, spoiled the consumer for choice, right? There are a few trends that I see that have been going on and will continue into the future digital economy. The first and foremost, of course, in COVID, health and wellness is a trend that has been there over the last few years with awareness on the same, and it has only been accelerated this year. after almost a year of marked by constant worry of coronavirus infection. Anything that's health related is going to be top of the mind as far as consumers are concerned, right? Athleisure is another category, especially when we work from home. Okay, we are seeing a very strong trend, and this trend is going to continue within the country in the future. The other thing, okay, the growth of online shopping, has turned many products and services into commodities, wherein brands can now differentiate themselves and on various parameters, right? Thereby leading to a fickle brand loyalty, because now the consumer is spoiled for choice. E-commerce is such a thing that with digital supply chain, e-commerce, everything as a service, what were previously local brands have now become regional brands. Regional brands have become national brands. National brands have spread their wings internationally, right? Couch-based consumption, and that is what we have been forced to do over the last 1 year, is a trend that will continue to stay, right? And how brands adapt to it through various technologies, like augmented reality, wherein you can try in a contactless fashion before you buy, is something that will rule the roost and open a consumer's wallet for a particular brand, right? Contactless experience, which I mentioned, applies both to offline experience and online, covering contactless experience not just from experiencing a product or service, but all the way to how the logistics of that product are handled, especially, let's say, hyperlocal food delivery, and also how payment is processed in a contactless fashion. And that is a trend that we are seeing that has boomed over the past 9 months, if I may say so. The other thing that happens, as more and more people consume information and opinions through their devices, is in the area of solidarity spending. People will start preferring brands, wherein a particular brand stands for a particular cause that the consumer wants to associate with or be associated with. Over here, social influencers will also play a key role in deciding how things move, right? And finally, it goes without saying that online shopping in all its avatars, okay, is what the consumer will be primarily focused on making his or her choice. Be it, thanks to COVID, we have seen variants like store on wheels. We have seen store to door experiences. Click and collect has improved. And every company is talking omni-channel these days. Now, all of these are choices that we see that the consumer will make, assisted by technology. Thank you.
Thanks, Rajgopal. So I don't want really thanks to COVID. But yes, if we look at this in terms of our businesses and then the opportunities, then definitely this comes as in professionalism. That's definitely we would like to thank. But as an human, we definitely avoid to say that thanks. Thank you so much, Rajgopal, adding this on a very right way. And yes, I can see in this pandemic, we are getting good opportunities actually in health and wellness. That is really a good part and growing like anything comparative to any other, current opportunities in India. Also, one point, as you have highlighted, that remote working, that we all are facing those things these days. Definitely, we have to look at the performance maintaining with this remote location working. Initially, when it was started, it was quite good, but then gradually there was a little bit drop into it. The another point I would like to add onto it about the education part. So definitely this technology is actually, it's somewhere came with some new ideas and new things in education. And I believe before this, actually we were not prepared in such areas, and even we were not even thought much in these areas, except few top institutes and colleges. I believe we all agreed on this, right? So looking at this digital economy and the points what Rajgopal has added into it briefly, definitely the next points comes into the picture about the technology. And the technology these days comes with a smart tech, how it look like in terms of, consumer point of view. So I would like to invite Anil to take it further in a smart tech in terms of consumer point of view. Anil, it's over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Arvind. So from a smart tech standpoint of view, if you look at it, simplified. Let's not while people talk about AI, ML, and other factors, that's going to be there. But the key will be how simplified and how seamless can we be for the customer.
Okay, so I think Anil have some issue. So this is the another point as consumer demand. People are demanding more bandwidth in the connectivity point of view, and G5 is also approaching these days. So I think he's back again. Anil, you would like to take it up, or can you hear us?
Am I audible?
Yeah, Anil, you are audible.
Yeah. So this is what I'm saying about. We did not keep our technology text.
Some disturbance, Anil, if you can.
I'll just go off the video. It will be great. It's okay now?
Yeah, now it's okay.
Hello?
Now it's okay, Anil.
Yeah, so I was saying that, now I was saying that this is precisely what I'm talking about, right? The advent of technology with less of networks and others, and people have now moved by far from all the metros and others, and the buying habits have now changed considerably. We need to look at simplified technology to be brought in. When I say simplified technology, I'll take some words from what the panel spoke about on terms of contactless, right? Now, contactless can be done, but you need to see how effective can contactless be, how seamless can contactless be. So if a person comes into our stores or a retail store or a grocery market, and if there is no network around, will the whole aspect of having a mobile, having an OTP, having a QR code really work for us? Right? So we need to make sure that the infrastructure around this contactless need to be brought in. That's the smart tech which is going to come up. IoT for sure going to come in. This will also give us, IoT also will give us a point of discretion in terms of where the infrastructure or where the concentration for our customers need to be put in. So IoT going to be there, AI going to be there, ML going to be there. Having said all of this, we need to make sure the underlying statement is simplicity. How simple can you make it for the customer? Will you be there where the customer is? Right? That's something which we will have to drive, because today, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, whichever tiers you call, the customer is tech savvy by now. They use TikToks better than us. They do Facebooks and others of the world, the social media better than us. What are we waiting for? How can we make things possible onto the 6-inch real estate screen of theirs, right? Something of that is mobility. Obviously, was there as a part of the tech lab, but how much of AI and ML can you add on to that with an IoT input is something which will make the customer experience and customer feel at the store more prominent and more seamless. Thanks.
Yeah, so I would like to add here to Anil that yes, IoT is going to change the way we all people used to do things, and in last 10 or 15 years we have automated almost everything which we do manually. But there are certain things which is related to hardware and the human interaction that has been now going to be changed with IoT, like a smart meter of your water or your even electricity can directly transmit your meter reading to the authority and the bill can be generated automated. So that's how where Rajgopal was mentioning that contactless context comes into the picture, that people will try to make more things contactless, where they don't need to contact people, other people. And because of this pandemic, obviously this is going to be more penetrated. But in next few years, we will see more hardware devices getting translated into smart devices. That's what I think so. Dharmendra, you are on mute.
Dharmendra, you are on mute.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. So thanks, Amlesh and Anil. As you rightly highlighted that the smart tech consumer viewpoint and need. So I'll share a few example these days. So yes, as you are mentioning now, people have lots of things and technologies and devices in their hand. And we all can see this in current situation. Even our kids who all are 2-year-old, 3-year-old just are able to move their fingers. They are trying to open the apps in the mobile. So I think that is the really I would say in terms of smart technologies. Apart from this, if I look at this COVID-19 pandemic has escalated digital adoption with many organizations look like at hybrid work model, work from home as mentioned by Raj Gopal, and increasing adoptions of smart devices. Like we understand, right? These days speakers, Alexa, and so many things is going here and there. And consumer expectations on smarter connectivity are higher than for any other connected intelligent machine. So as I mentioned, like G5 and all others are in very high demand looking at the current situation. And one thing is really good, as was rolled out by the Indian government, the digital payment system. So I think that again helped a lot in these pandemic situations. As Rajgopal mentioned, these connect point of view in terms of all payments and devices and all things. So thank you so much, Amlesh and Anil, putting this in a right way. And while we are talking about these points, smart tech and all, then definitely we are collecting lots of information from the consumers and storing somewhere in our servers. Then their data security and all other things comes into the picture. So if we talk about consumer data, which is undisputed superpower of business, we all agreed on it, right? So I would like to invite Amlesh again, if you can put some briefing onto it.
Yeah. So earlier in last 2 decades, we used to have a process-oriented decision. Now we know that data is the future. Data is the fuel for future decisions. So it's very important to collect data. And while we are collecting data related to user activity, it's equally important to secure those data, because you don't want to store your personal data and get it leaked over internet and everyone knows that where you were last night or what you were having in your dinner last night. So, and that is very, very important, right? Because nowadays we all travel with our mobile, and mobile device is capable to track all your journey, all your places you visit, but you don't want to disclose this to the whole society or whole world. So it is equally important to store data in a secured way and have a security on top of that. So first thing is that you store the data itself in a secured way. The data should not be stored in a plain text like your email ID, your phone number should not be stored in a plain text, so that anyone can get that data storage access and get the data as a plain text. So that is very important that we store our data in a very, very secure manner, encrypted way. The second thing is the access on that data. Who all can access those data and where they can see those data or not, that is very, very important. So it's similar to like you have several things in your house and you keep them safe. How do you keep them safe? You keep them safe by storing, let's say if there is something which is harmful for children, so you will not like that particular thing to be in the hands of your children. So you'll keep it in such a way that they cannot reach to that. In the similar way, when we store data into a secured system, we have to think about whether the firewall is appropriate, whether the security configs are appropriate, whether the password policy of user who is going to access those data is appropriate or not. So there are a lot of things on data which need to be taken care as a consideration. So most of the time, like small companies where they start storing data, they fail in that, and that's the biggest like mistake they do. They store data, like they know that data is fuel, so they want to store all the data, but they think that data is just an information, a part of information, but the data is actually a sensitive information. We are bound to secure that data when we are collecting that data from user. So whenever we are collecting your email ID, we are assuring you that, okay, your email ID will be with us only and no one will access your email ID until unless you grant permission for that. So that kind of security nowadays customer needs, and that kind of assurance need to be there from the company or technology side. And there are lots of technology which can help in that. You can have a cloud server, then you can have a private network inside the cloud server. You can have plenty of security tools to secure that data. So those things has to be in place. And once you have data, then what will you do with data? There are plenty of things which you can do in data. In business, we all know that we are tend to take decisions in our day-to-day life. All those decisions has to be done basis on the data. And when we started taking decision basis on data, we get to know surprises that whatever we were thinking from our legacy process and all our wisdom was actually not correct. User is not behaving like that. And even in that user segment, there cannot be only one segment for all of the user. Users can be in different segments and we have to look them and treat them differently. And that insight can come from data itself. Whether user can be a different geography, user can be basis on different age group, but they all need different kind of treatment. We cannot treat everyone like same. So there it comes very important to take decision basis on data. So we can use data to personalize things. We can use data to even add into the decision where we do like experiments. So with every experiment, we should bind some success metrics that with this variant, if this success matrix goes up, then the variant will win. And then let the machine take the decision that whether that success matrix is going up or down, it will take the decision accordingly. But it is very important to give that feed to the machine that what success matrix it should monitor. So with that, I think data security and use of data with the correct guideline and correct business metrics is very important.
So thanks, Amlesh. I think you have bring a lots of points inside of this consumer data. So we can see definitely data security is one of the very important aspect. And apart from this data analysis, automation process, forecasting, so many things comes into the picture. So I would like to invite Raj Gopal Nayak, if you can put your opinion onto it.
Yeah, thanks, Dharmendra. So we are in a world where everybody is competing for a person's share of wallet, right? And given that, let's say cloud, the e-commerce ecosystem and everything is available as a service has become a great equalizer for competition within various brands, right? Now, a strong brand is one which will be able to, either emotionally connect with the consumer through whatever channel of consumption of information that they have, right? And also give a small value proposition or be a differentiator for the consumer. Today, the only way we can achieve this is by identifying business moments in the life of that consumer wherein your product or service is relevant and can add value, right? uh, for example, unless I have a cough, a cough syrup ad is of no use to me, right? And today, given my digital presence, there are multiple ways in which to harness the data that I as an individual, generate on my, well, business as usual or day-to-day activities, be it Alexa hearing me cough. I mean, that in a way someone might be seeing that as a draconian way of identifying when I have a cough, right? But the time may not be really far when people voluntarily give this data, right? Because they want to be surprised or they want to get relevant offers. Today, if I go to, let's say, any of the e-com sites and buy a cap, right, for the next 1 week I only see cap advertisements, right? What is the use? How many caps do I need, right? Rather than that, if I'm searching for a cap, if I'm talking about a cap, with my social circle, if that data can be leveraged, by a third party to give me the best offer that is there at that particular point of time, it has value to me, right? And it might also mean that whoever is pitching the service to me gets a premium for that, and deservedly so, right? So the game is now all about data. More importantly, how an organization or a brand can harness and synthesize data from various sources. Today, there is no single source of truth for a 360-degree view of the consumer, right? And build a story around for the consumer to pitch your offering. Now, today, we are spoiled for choice as far as, leveraging the power of cloud, AI and ML, not in the loosest form of term, the specific models for specific target cases. You can't just throw data and get a trikal gyan out of that, right? To analyze, search terms, buying behavior is what I'm seeing. Okay. The other thing is in the area of leveraging data for targeted advertisements. Gone are the days when the commercial mainstream advertising was through televisions, radio ads, hoardings, etc., right? All of us are sitting at home, all of us are using our devices. Logically, brands are moving all the smart spending as far as advertisements are concerned to digital channels where you can segregate and target an ad, to the tune of individualized for every entity at scale, at economies of scale at the same time. Now, all that is only possible through effectively leveraging data, be they our social media data to see what kind of affinities I have. Maybe I'm part of a couple of groups that are related to motorbikes. Only then it makes relevant if there is a new a brand of bike or a model of bike that has come out. So that is what I see. And given that there is so much data that we are talking about, data security in all its avatars becomes very important. And as business leaders, it is the board, the company and the shareholders depend on us to ensure that particular part is taken care of, be it from the point of view of mitigation against data protection laws of the land that are going to come very soon to ensure that we are protected against that, or from a point of view of having a breach. Now, for that, two things are, in my opinion, set the stage or set the ball rolling and set the discipline within an organization to ensure good data security and privacy. The first, what I would recommend, and I keep recommending in all the panels that I go to, is that every organization first and foremost should go for cyber liability and cyber crime insurance. When you do that, just like your health insurance, there are declarations you make on what level of data security and what are your practices. And the companies ensure that you follow those practices. Following a practice is a very tough thing, easier said than done. And the second is in the area of running an exercise of doing data classification within the organization, be it your online or your offline data. That sets the hygiene for ensuring that you at least have a worldview of where critical personally identifiable information, if I may say so, lies within your organization. And then you can use methods like encryption, normalization of that data for obfuscation, and ensure that the consumer's interests and the company's interests are protected. Thank you.
Thanks, Rajgopal. So I think that rightly you have ended with a word, the consumer interest and all, and that's why we all are getting the same cap in all the website while looking for one. So that's how they are compiling the data and showing to all of us. I really buying with you and agree on this consumer data security. That is one of the very important aspect. Although we were when we were started somewhere in 2099 or that time, the data security was one of the things, but usually in India that was not that much, complex process, and it was very easy. People were thinking this, even though policy was also not there on the place. But nowadays, definitely it's a very important aspect, and I would like to invite Vishal to take it up further and share their own opinion onto it.
So I mean, you guys are all expert. I'll rather do an example. So we at Nando's, for example, we are B2C brand. We serve customers with various channels. So a year back, we had this huge issue in terms of, while we had a lot of customer data, but we didn't have a single view on customer. So I, as a customer, would have a different customer number, so to say, when I dine in, while a different customer number when I do a delivery or when I do a takeaway. So besides going AI ML, my challenge was to get one customer view for my marketing and ops team to actually even start working on customer segmentation and targets and all of that stuff. So one of the things we did, for example, and this is pre-COVID, was to have that view. I mean, there's a lot of data churning and all of that stuff which we had to do. So currently, for example, we have a one customer view if you order either through delivery, dine-in, takeaway, etc. But what I also, I mean, besides the security piece from a business perspective, what that journey also told us is how customer actually consumes us. So as I think somebody mentions, should I be present at the right time when customer needs me? So if he's actually ordering for a family on a Saturday night, can I be there for that consumption to solve that problem, rather than just be have irrelevant going messages every day or offers going every day to him, which he obviously can't do anything about. So one of the things we started doing was understanding how customers is actually consuming us, and then providing that relevant either through an SMS or online or digital way of reaching him at that point in time. That has helped actually a lot, especially during COVID when restaurants were closed. Primarily, we were having sales through delivery and takeout, which also led us to actually launch our own app. And then through that app, pre-COVID customer would not even want to give us his or her number as a loyalty app. And post-COVID, you had practically a swamp of people who actually downloaded your app because we could provide not only lower delivery cost plus everything else. So you started suddenly getting much more customer data than just numbers, and all those things, the security and everything, while that also got into the picture. But one of the major things we realized was you can't exploit that data. As soon as you started exploiting, sending irrelevant stuff to customer actually just switched off. So those kind of things are also need to be taken care of while data is oil, but how do you use that data is so much more important to give the customer not only the value which he or she needs, but also the ease, and be there when you are relevant and not just be there all the time, even if you're not needed.
Thanks, Vishal. So I'm just, I would like to add as an example, Vishal given here, and that he brought that point. Actually, as I'm part of this Samsung group, it's a big umbrella, we all know very well. So the data security is really one of the very important point, and as he mentioned that the customer data reflection, rather putting in a spreaded way, that kind of challenges we also faced a long back. But yes, we also understand that, I think no one can understand better than the retail domain, that what is the importance of this data, and implication of any leakages into it, security norms and all. So thank you so much, Vishal. And definitely, Vishal, so while we are talking about this data and all, I would take you further in a different view of technology, consumer technology, and fuel driven by people, and all those areas to look into it and take your point of view.
Yeah, so I think while all these technologies are getting better and better, one of the things we all should realize is ultimately people are the ones which will run the business. People are the ones which are your consumers. So one of the things which we have tried to do during this COVID is also use technology to make not only our Nando cars, which are our people, safe, but also make sure the customers feel safe while they dine into the restaurant. So one of the examples, for example, from our people perspective, one of the critical things was to ensure that no Nandoka carrying an infection enters the restaurant. So one of the things which we started doing was those thermal cameras. We actually tied up with a company who included CCTVs, which actually ensured that there is a variation report, just-in-time variation report, in sense, if there is a SOP, for example, a Nandoka is not wearing a glove or not wearing a mask, there and then there is a notification to the manager saying specific Nandoka is not wearing a mask, and you just ensure that is done. So that not only ensured that the Nandokas were safe, that also ensured the customer was also safe within the restaurant. So the food which was provided was right. The Nandoka didn't carry infection and all of that stuff. Another technology example which we did was, while we received the food, we provided certain testing kits. We again tied up with one of the hospitals, tech hospital chain, which provided us stuff, because a major stuff is obviously chicken, to ensure that the testing is done while we receive the product, to ensure that there are no issues with the product. That's such a good example of COVID. While it's not a good thing, but also pushed the business to invest in a technology which ensured and took the quality standards of your product to the next level, plus ensured SOPs. So we have now taken that technology of CCTVs to increase it beyond just SOP of COVID. So now we have temperature, for example, there are temperature controls which we have are also controlled through that technology. So there are now 50 various steps which are there, which if not followed, the manager gets an SMS, and then at the end of the month, you get a report saying these were the number of variations per casa from the SOP and stuff like that. So things like that have really enabled the business to make customers safe, to make Nandoka safe. And it's important for us to use technology to make sure the people are actually taken care of.
Thanks, Vishal. I would like to add few points, as this, mass adoption of telehealth to the remote workforce technologies has really moved front and center as every industry grapples with the fact and fallout of COVID-19, pandemic, the situation. So I can see so many shoppers meet at digital storefront, and people are expecting, the things would be there in their hand. So I think this is one of the very important and interesting topic. I definitely would like to invite Raj Gopal to share his some inputs on this consumer technology part.
So I think consumer technology, like I mentioned before, is getting shaped primarily through changes that are happening in the whole IoT space, in the space of augmented and virtual reality. I see a big change over there coming in, and also through intelligent chatbots, right, which is a low hanging fruit that I think a lot of companies have started leveraging. in its various avatars. While there are challenges, in terms of English versus English and all those nuances that are there, but I clearly see a trend wherein augmented chatbots get used for may not be for independent processing of in the area of for example support or product information, or for example niche things like safety information regarding the product, but in an working in an augmented fashion where they act as a force multiplier to your consumer loyalty or consumer reach out teams. We ourselves have recently rolled out a WhatsApp based chatbot, okay, wherein, and we are seeing tremendous traction, especially from consumers in the area of inquiring about what's new, at metro brands, from the footwear collection that we keep launching and refreshing, to areas like inquiring about their loyalty points, because every customer necessarily wants to get maximum bang out of their buck. The other area where I see a clear trend pushed for by COVID is in the area which I mentioned, that was in the area of augmented reality. How can I allow my customer or consumer to experience what a particular footwear will look like, right, without trying it on physically, right? And moving to, I clearly see a scenario wherein the customer, similar to what we do, for example, successfully in the automobile industry, you can see each and every part of the car, and you just visit the showroom only to validate what you feel the car will give you as an experience. Something like that I see clearly happening in the retail world, especially the retail fashion world, wherein you can try virtually before you physically go to the store, validate your purchase, and move ahead. Today, especially in fashion retail, we see upwards of 30% of returns when it comes to online purchases, as against offline purchases, which may be a single digit in terms of returns, primarily because they realize either a stitch is missing or things of that nature, right? Assistive selling will reduce that return percentage significantly in the next couple of years, and this will impact all the brands across the fashion retail industry. Thank you.
Thanks, Rajgopal. Yes, I agree, and you brought these few points here, like chatbot and this online e-commerce point. Yes, I really agree on this. Looking at the current trend, the general trend, general trade, wherein this distributors are plant into the market and they are distributing the products into the market. Rather, suddenly after this pandemic, this online e-commerce is boosting up, like, and although still we can see a little bit hindrance to the people while looking the few examples about the quality of the products which are coming through online, and the products, they feel more satisfaction while going to look into the offline shops. But looking at overall, keeping this everyone time slot, they are comparatively busy, we all leaders and their families. So I think now people are turning up to move in the online process. Although now the even essential services are also approaching in this way, and people are very comfortable, and they are looking in that way. Only the thing is, yes, that the way how are they utilizing those things, and how are they how are the technologies are mapped, and giving them the better opportunities and services to move into it. If we talk about further in this bot and this experience and this e-commerce, then gradually we are moving in the customer experience part, right? So definitely this technology is actually changing the customer experience. But I would like to take an opinion from Amlesh and Anil on this area.
Okay. So thanks, Dharmendra. Basically, the customer experience nowadays, and probably in future also, is going to be changed drastically from where we are currently and from where we are looking into. Like Rajgopal said, that if I have bought one cap, everyone is trying to sell a cab to me. How many cabs I will? So that's the thing that currently in past we have only taken decision to automate the things which we were doing manually. In last decades, we have tried to add some sort of data intelligence from the history of the data, history of user. But next future is going to be the data pattern basis on the user cohort, the user journey, and lots of insights, not only the single insight of the past experience, whether you have went to buy a cab or something. So the next level of customer experience we are in Make My Trip is trying to solve is how to make consumer to decide better. And in travel industry, it is very important to help consumer to decide better, because sometimes you are very decisive that where you want to go and what you want to do there. But most of the time people come, I want to see that way, okay, I want to go for a weekend, where can I go? Or I want to go for a summer vacation with my children, where should I go? So in those kind of things, how can technology help consumer to take those decisions that, hey, you are in Delhi and you are going for weekend, you can go for some villa in nearby, or you can go to Agra, or you can go to, let's say, Mathura. But at the same time, there, as I mentioned, that there will be many insights in future. One insight is definitely going to be the hygiene and safety factor. With COVID, we all have learned that how it is important in our life, and I think we all have forgot the importance of this in past. But fortunately or unfortunately, pandemic has all of let everyone to recall this, the very basics of our lifeline, that how important the hygiene and safety features are. So that could be another insight for consumers to take decision to buy products in travel industry. So I feel the customer experience is going to be more data driven, and not only basis on 1 or 2 or 5 data insights, but it is going to be considering like thousands of signals for your decision what we should offer or what a company should offer you as a consumer. So that's what I can see from a customer experience perspective, that data is going to change the decisions. Thank you.
Thanks, Amlesh. So Anil, can you please add on into it?
Yeah, from a customer experience point of view, you need to break it into 3 or 4 threads, right? First, as an organization, do you have the customer experience culture built in? So we are now digital, heavily digital, but is the organization ready to consume the output of the digitization, right? That's the key. Today, most of the organizations are suffering from customer experience challenges with this new COVID, digitalization and everything, because the organization as an organization is not digitally, culturally aligned. While we are putting something on for the customer, is the back end connected well? Do each one of us know what a digital journey looks like? Have we percolated it down to the last person standing there? What a digital culture are we talking about? This will now translate into customer's experience. And as Rajgopal said, and as Vishal said, a cap 10 times doesn't make sense to me. I come with precise, focused approach on what am I supposed to get from this brand or this store which I'm walking into, right? That's the second part which comes in. One is the cultural part of it, the digital cultural part of it. Have you built it good enough for us to drive the customer experience? Second is data. When you're talking data, today, as I said, every individual in India, at least I can vouch for it, is somewhere or other connected to this device called a smart device, or any type of devices, but they are connected some way or other. Why I say that is I see my security guy sitting and talking, having a video call with his family now. That was really never possible. They order and they tell us what should we be looking at. They are consuming content like no one's business, right? I sometimes I'm surprised to go and ask them and say, what is the data power or what is the battery power? Because I can see him 24 hours sitting and doing this, and I'm surprised for that, right? But from that standpoint, if you look at it, that's the customer which you're looking at some point of time, right? That's where his journey is going through. If that customer is doing this, look at the matured customers who are there in this segment, right? As we segment the customer. Data they will give you only and only if they trust your brand. Unless and until you put in that trust factor into your customer, saying that the data which you're giving me is in secure hands. I'm not saying that it is 100% secure, never it is 100% secure for sure. But I'm saying that that trust level is something which you should bring back for the customer. The trust of data back to the customer as a brand, right? Now comes the third and fourth part of customer experience, which is, are you connecting customer experience to your employee experience? That's the key now, right? Have this percolated down. So if Anil walks into any of the stores, right? Anil walks into Metro, is Rajgopal ready to Rajgopal's salesperson ready to know that, you know what, Anil's coming. Last time he brought in this stuff. You know what, this time this is good for him. This is his style quotient. Are we pushing it to the last end employee? Yeah, employee, staff, partner, you call it whatever you call it. That's customer experience to the next level now, because the customer is far matured. They expect that from you, that when I walk in, Metro understands that Anil is walked in. I used to work with Starbucks before this. When Anil walks into a Starbucks, he knows which coffee he drinks and what is the coffee content he requires. Does it sweet? Is it low on coffee? Do you have a nitro, and so on and so forth? Right? Are you giving the power to the employee or the staff or the partner? That's where your brand has been created or killed, right? That's the third aspect of it. Now, customer experience, when I spoke about right now, if we connect the dots, it's customer experience is nothing but an employee experience now. If you have an employee experience, you have a customer experience better. The last but not the least, if you connect these dots, is the organization ready to consume the data which has been pulled out with IoTs, AI, and ML? Do they really know that what data is brought out of this, what should be done with it? Roadmaps have now gone from 5-year plan to 1.5-year plan, 18 months plan. No one is in today's world, at least where I speak to team, is not doing it 3 years or 4 years budgeting. Even the business leaders, right? They're talking about, okay, next 18 months, what is your plan? Because COVID can hit, pandemics like this can come anytime. This has made us agile. How agile is your systems? How service consumable?
Sorry, Anil, I think you have gone for mute.
Sorry. I was talking about, that's the customer experience which I am talking about, is the consumption of the data. Are you doing it good? Are you doing it well? Because AI, ML, and everything can pull out as much as opportunities you want. But do you have a roadmap to achieve it? Is what customer experience will turn out to be. Right? That's what I would like to say. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, even though I have some real example onto it, Anil, what you have brought it here. So I was looking into somewhere that where somebody is going to buy as an example, a car, and he found that I really like this black one, and suddenly this AI ML came into the picture, and that it displaying was 3 days before your younger son was here in this showroom and he identified red. Would you like to go with him, or would you like to go with you? So I mean, such kind of things are really evolving, and this hybrid things are really coming into the picture. I also agree with you, Anil. Now it's really hard to go as a leader to make a plan for 3 or 4 years, because the things are getting changed in every 3, 4, 5 months. although as a leader will take little risk and go for a 2-year plan, 1.5-year plan, but that is not really secure and sure that how are we moving to achieve that thing. Because yes, this pandemic gives us a lots of learning, and we were not even ready for it, but either now we are little extra conscious to look at this for in a future, or I would say we are trying to prepare ourselves little advance to face such kind of a little more challenging part in near future. So
if I can add to that, I can add to that.
Anil.
One very classic example is that customer experience is something which an organization should drive for sure. That's the bread and butter. But you need to know where you want to stop and how much have you want to give as a customer experience. That's when you will have to have a clarity, because customer is now being very, while we do personalization, at what level of personalization should I go? As Rajgopal was saying, the Alexas and the Google Home and everything is listening to us, talking to us, grabbing data. So you need to be where do you cut off? You have classic examples on the net which says that Alexa ordered for something which the family didn't know about, that is it's coming up, or so on and so forth. So where do you stop your customer experiences? That's a key learning, right? That will make or break your roadmap, to be very sure, because the expectation settings are very clear at that point of time, right? So you need to be very clear with your business leaders what type of experience, customer experience do you want to deliver at this what time. That will give a clear idea about how to go about it. And one more other part, sorry, I've been taking time there.
It's okay.
During this COVID, there are a lot of organizations who went digital, right? Apart digital. Now is a good time for everyone to go back and look at the digital roadmap. How agile is it? What need to be thrown out and what need to be kept in for the future? Because people have now, like PWA and others have just come into the picture, right? People all wanted to reach the customer. But now is the time, how do you want to cut it and make it good for you for your future, is what customer experience also would mean.
Thanks, Anil. And looking at the current time, actually, we are a little behind onto it. So although this discussion is going really interesting, we are getting lots of things. But let me talk to Namrata. Namrata, if you can share some queries onto it, if you want us to address, and accordingly we'll move forward.
Yes, there are some audience questions as well. So the first audience question from Dhruvesh Parmar, he's asking which technology transformations you're adapting for excellent consumer experience.
Thanks, Namrata. So I would like to request Anil and Amlesh to put their point of view on this query.
Amlesh, you want to take it?
After you, Anil, because you were smiling, so I'm sure you have a lot of things.
No, that's a very classic question, and there are as many answers as you can, right? It's more business driven. One. Second, what if you hear the panelists talking across forums, you listen about RPA as one of the very near future one, and a bit of ML and AI on top of your current data sets to make it customer centric, if I may have to say. But that's a classic example which is happening right now in the market. Not all the AIs and not all the MLs are yielding what they have to yield. But yes, that's the current three aspects which people are looking into. One is RPA, so that the productivity and the customer experiences which the productivity which converts or exponentially converts customer experience is something which people are looking into. And second is AI/ML.
So to add to that, Anil, what Anil has added, told us that AI/ML is certainly going to change the customer experience, and even AI/ML on the client side. We are doing most of the AI/ML at front and back end, but there's a lot of power if we enable AI/ML at the client side, because we can do much of the things on the fly on client side itself with the data available on the client side. So that is obviously going to trend in near future, I guess. And also the AI/ML driven customer experience, there has to be some business metrics and there has to be some contextual background to that. Without any contextual background, without any success metrics, just adding AI/ML is not going to add any value to the system or to the customer experience. So that's what I would like to add on top of what Anil has mentioned.
Thanks, Amlesh. So looking at the current market, actually we are hearing a lot about e-commerce and all, but actually we understand that very well that e-commerce is nothing just a front, right? All the things in the back end is running on AI, ML, automation process, and all other things. And definitely they all are very, in looking at the current market, they are very demanding things going in the future. Thank you so much. So Namrata, any more question?
Yes, there is one more question from audience. From Sunil Savita, he's asking how in future technology will assist in value creation. Should I repeat the question?
So I think it's clear. Anil, you want to take it up?
No, I think Rajgopal is the right person for take it up.
Yeah, sure. So yes,
more,
I was. So definitely, Rajgopal, you want to add on to it?
So technology always has been and will continue to add value, right, to the consumer through various means over various period of time, right? Uh, Data analytics is one area, okay, which we are seeing even today getting used. Intelligence on top of that data analytics through AI and ML is something that we are seeing. Okay, segregation and targeting of consumers for marketing is something that is already happening through various tools used by both e-com teams, IT teams, marketing teams within the organizations. Assisted selling is something that we are seeing. Go to any of the insurance sites, and the first thing that you see is you get a bot and a call, right? All of them, including the contact center, are being driven by consumer technologies today, right? A lot of targeted advertising happening by, let's say, Google is consumer technology driven by us as consumers willingly giving up our privacy in order to get better offers, right? So technology has been and will continue to drive consumer preferences, if I may take that, be as bold enough to say that, consumer choices and consumer offers now and in the near future or ongoing future. Thank you.
Thanks, Rajgopal. So yes, we are talking about AI, ML, RPA, but yes, digital marketing is one of the very important aspect, which is really growing up, in the market, and there are lots of things going. People are doing the campaigning and all other things, as Rajgopal mentioned initially, that advertisement market, which has been converted in the digital marketing now. Yes, thank you so much. So Namrata, anything else?
No, Dharmendra, that's all.
Okay, great. So thank you so much. I really would like to continue this same for another 2-3 hours, but I think we all are bound with this time, and it is really very interesting discussion. And I really look forward to work together in all these areas, and we'll discuss more detail in maybe in different or similar platform. Thanks a lot to all of you.
Thanks, Dharmendra.
Thank you, Dharmendra.
Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists. and the audience.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you, esteemed leaders, for making this discussion rich with your thoughts. Now, the most awaited moment of the evening has come to an end. A precious moment to celebrate success and innovation. Inflection Awards are the India's most prestigious awards in technology, marketing, supply chain, procurement, and finance, endorsed by Alden Global Value Advisors and our innovation partner NASCOM COE. Today, 150 plus CXOs and 250 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. Now, let's start the celebration with the first award for Business Leader Transformation of the Year, Durables 2021 goes to Khushru M. Mistry from Eureka Forbes. Here I call Mr. Khushru to speak few words on it. Khushru, are you there on the call?
I think he's on the call, but he's not able to speak. I think let's go ahead.
Okay, sure. So the next award for Tech 40 Under 40 Durables 2021 goes to Rinkesh Garg from Orient Electric. I request Mr. Rinkesh to speak few words on this.
We request other awardees to keep the videos closed till the time their call is done.
Should I go ahead?
Yes, Rinkesh.
Hi, so thanks Namrata for this, and so I'm Rinkesh Garg and I'm taking care of IT projects in IT Infra and Orient Electric Limited. And I'm spearheading a couple of IT and digital projects, and I have also implemented quite a few in last 1.5 years. The good part of implementing those projects was that I was actually able to add value to the business, and the benefits which were envisaged before we start the projects were realized. That was a good part of it. So as I would say that real joy actually comes when we are able to help our consumers and customers and able to change their lives by impacting their business and the way they do their business. And I'm happy to say that yes, and we were able to do that successfully for with the projects like DMS, which is dealer management system, transportation management system, Salesforce automation and traceability, to name a few, along with the other IT projects. So if I were to ask my achievements, so these were my achievements in last 2 years, I would say. And besides this, yes, I have also won a few awards. Like I have recently won Future CIO 100 Award from IT Next 2020. I've also won accolades from SAP and were conferred with the award of Best SAP S4HANA Migration Award, which we have done in record time of 4 months. So these are my few achievements, and besides that, when it comes to certification, I'm a certified project manager from SAP and a certified enterprise architect from Open Group. And my endeavor while executing this program is to make sure that we realize the benefit of the program with which we have started, and we keep measuring that and bring and give value to our business and to the end consumer. So that's my main motto while I'm executing this. Thank you.
Congratulations, Rinkesh. Great show.
Thanks.
Award for Digital Leader of the Year, Kitchenware 2021 goes to Amit Jain from Tupperware, India. Here I request Mr. Amit to speak few words on it.
Thanks, Namrata, and thanks on behalf of my entire team. As I was mentioning earlier also that we owed a responsibility, not just towards our shareholder, but also to our employees and also to our larger sales force. So we did a quick 1 month job in enabling our sales force to sell digitally, which we called as social selling. So on behalf of the entire team, thank you once again, and have a good evening, gentlemen.
Congratulations, Amit.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Sandeep.
Namrata, Mr. Khushru is there, so let's.
Sure.
I request Priyanka to take the slides back to Mr. Khushru's award.
Award for Business Leader Transformation of the Year Durables 2021 goes to Khushru M. Mistry from Eureka Forbes. Here I call Mr. Khushru to speak few words on it.
Thank you, Namrata. I think the year in which social distancing and and ensuring that the health and safety of our employees and also our consumers. The product which was introduced was called Code, which is a combination of technology utilizing video conferencing with our frontline mobile app. And it enables our staff to remotely provide a demo, which we call demo from a distance, so that there is no face-to-face conversation with the customer. Customer appreciates it. Our employees appreciate it because we are ensuring their health and safety. And it has worked out very well for Eureka Forbes. And we believe that if more of this technology is introduced by other companies, this will definitely work for them also. So thank you for the award. I take it on behalf of Eureka Forbes. Thank you very much.
Sure, Mr. Khushru. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Next award for Most Innovative Digital Leader of the Year Retail 2021 goes to Anil Menon from Lulu Group. I would like to call Mr. Anil to share his views.
I think he's got disconnected. Let's go ahead.
Technology Project of the Year 2021 goes to Haldiram's. I request Mr. A.K. Mohanty and team to share his thoughts on this achievement.
Let's go ahead.
Digital Excellence Award of the Year Dairy 2021 goes to Have More Ice Cream. I would like to call Mr. Dhaval to share his views.
Hello. Thank you, Jury, NASCOM, and Elden Group for this recognition. I think this goes to the cross-functional team, the partners, the developers who worked on the project. And as we take up this digital transformation journey, such kind of motivation recognition helps a lot in excelling further in our journey. So I am taking on behalf of the entire team, and thank you once again.
Congratulations, Dhaval.
Thank you.
Next award for Cloud Project of the Year, Footwear Retail 2021 goes to Metro Brands. Here I call Mr. Rajgopal Nayak to speak few words on it.
Hi, thank you, Namrata. Firstly, thank you to the jury of Inflection Awards for selecting the project done at Metro Brands for the award. Thank you very much. Secondly, thanks to the organizers, namely Alden team, the team from Alden Global Value Advisors and the NASSCOM Center for Excellence. It is indeed both humbling. I feel very humbled, and I also feel happy at the same time to receive this award on behalf of the organization. Thank you very much. It motivates us a lot.
Congratulations, Raj. Great
Thank
show.
you, sir. Thank you.
Next award for Mobility Solution of the Year Retail 2021 goes to Future Group. Here I call Mr. Arvind to speak few words on this.
Thanks, jury and the organizing committee for arranging such a successful event, and thanks for selecting us, for the mobility award. The endeavor has been to bring, empower employees, empower customers with digital experience. So mobility plays a critical role in bringing that transformation. Thanks.
Congratulations, Arvind.
Thank you.
Next award for Technology Project of the Year QSR 2021 goes to Nando's India. Here I call Mr. Vishal and Paras to speak few words on it.
Vishal, you're mute.
Okay, thanks. Just want to thank the Inflection and the jury for selecting us. It was a BI project which we basically automated all the reports, plus made it used AI ML to do a variation-based analytics rather than a manual reporting and all of that stuff. So the credit goes to Paras and his team to complete this project, have this wonderful tool which makes us online decision making at the front line in the restaurant, as well as for the leadership to be so agile and take the decisions very quickly. So thanks again. Thanks. We just take it on behalf of the team. So thanks again for Inflection.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Congratulations, Vishal and Paras. Great show, Nando's India.
Thanks, Sandeep.
Thanks, Sandeep. Thank you very much. Thanks, Nirupta.
Next award for Best Procurement Team of the Year Mining and Metals 2021 goes to Jindal Steel and Power. Here I call Mr. Naveen Elawat to speak few words on this.
So thanks, Ellen and NASSCOM for awarding us for the best procurement team under Mining and Metal 2021. So I must congratulate my team and the entire procurement team actually of GSPL for really putting up such a nice show during the last year, and the kind of initiatives and the proactive measures and proactive ideas, including the theory of constraint, which they have implemented, really got us this award. So I take it on behalf of them, behalf of the company, and because these awards always motivate us to do better, because we always believe that the best is yet to come, and we'll keep on performing better and better every year. Thank you so much for giving this award.
Congratulations, Naveen.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Naveen. Great show to Jindal and Seal.
Thank you so much, Sandeepji. Thank you.
Sales Automation Project of the Year Electricals 2021 goes to Crompton Greaves Consumer Electricals Limited. Here I call Mr. Amol Pitale to speak few words on it.
First of all, let me thank this entire organization to organizing a beautiful event like this, and also thank you for shortlisting and selecting us for this award. So just to give a brief about it, it's about having information as a gold mine, and using technology we could get a good amount of sales related information through our channel partners, which has helped us propel in our top line. Thank you once again for selecting us, and have a good day, everyone.
Congrats, Amol.
Thank you. Thank you.
Final award of the day, COVID-19 Hero of the Year, Warehousing Startup 2021 goes to Store Space Storage Solutions. Here I call Ms. Tanya Singh to speak few words on it.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me, Namrata, and the Alden Global team. I'd like to congratulate the organizers for such a wonderful event. And awards like these really motivate young startups like us to add a lot of value to the entire ecosystem. I take this on behalf of the entire team. Thank you once again, Alden Global team and NASCOM for organizing this.
Congrats, Tanya. I hope you are proud about this, being a woman leader in a warehousing space and in a startup space. Congratulations.
Yes. Thank you, Sandeep. I think it's wonderful that you recognize this, and it feels great to be a part of this ecosystem, and we'll continue to add value as we've been doing that. Thank you so much once again.
Great show, Tanya.
Thank you.
We thank our gold sponsor MapmyIndia and silver sponsor Simtrax for their wonderful business and technology insights. Thank you, top leaders and delegates, for making this rich discussion. Hope you all will be able to get thoughts of the day to build a robust roadmap and strategies. See you in our next Cybersecurity Summit on 22nd of April 2021. Thanks to the leaders and attendees for your valuable time during the day. Thank you all. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.